But oh my goodness. Thank you, Alice. Wow. Hello, everybody. First of all, slander in the chat. Crazy work. I said nothing. Nothing on Tumblr. How dare you? Second of all, Crash, I'm so glad you're here because I had a moment yesterday where I thought I needed tools and I was scared. I was terrified. I was like, fuck, I might finally have to buy them. I dropped my metal straw down my sink and I put the flashlight down there, my phone flashlight. I could see it sticking up and I went, fuck, I'm gonna need like a wrench to be able to undo the sink to get that out of there. No. I used my straw cleaner to put it right in, get it in the straw and pull it out. I'm just a critical thinker, a problem solver. This is why I do not need tools. There's nothing I need. Nothing I need tool-wise because I can do everything myself with what I have around me, with what nature provides me. Hello, everyone. It didn't happen. I will put off buying tools for as long as I can. I have currently a screwdriver. That's all I need. That is the essential tool, a screwdriver. I don't need anything else. Also, sorry, Jupiter's back in the chat. Where are you guys coming from? I keep getting... When am I going to get like Buggy in the chat or some shit? You know? I'm glad I've got Dragon. Sometimes Garp shows up. That's fun. Now I've got Jupiter. What is happening? The only important one is Dragon. I like when he appears. Alright. It's gonna be another long day of editing. Another long day of Another long day of audio editing. I've got the new image up for us to look at. I hope you guys like this one. I didn't get my music ready. Oh, I'm stupid. Mel is appealing to the CDs. Do not say that. Do you understand what the celestial dragons do when they find someone appealing? Don't go saying that shit to me. Hang on, I gotta get my music up. Jupiter's not old. I think he's old, mate. La 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 la. Wait, no, I like the other one from last time with the smooth jazz. This one. This one was good. Yeah. La 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 la. Alright. Say this to One Piece back wall. I'm glad everyone is seeing it. I'm really excited for the stream, the chapter stream tomorrow. Technically tomorrow night / morning, not like tomorrow morning. Do you guys understand what I mean? For me, it's like Sunday at 2 AM, Monday. Like, no, like Sunday night, Monday morning. Anyway, everyone's gonna see my beautiful Sanji wall. I'm so excited for it. Isn't he just beautiful? He is, right? And the towel? The way the towel brings everything together, yeah. Sorry, I got my hand down my pants. I was itching. I swear! I swear! I was not looking at the Sanji wall with my hand down my pants. Oh my god. Wow, how embarrassing is that? Anyway, let's get to work. Here comes the image. I personally am a real fan of this one. I made this one, by the way. It's 11 AM. Time for your pain au chocolat. Yay! No, it's gotta be Luffy. I'm not the biggest fan of pain au chocolat, but Luffy would be. This is such a niche meme, by the way. Because, like, the original is... I don't even have the original. I do. This is the original. I don't quite understand why this was made. Like, when I found it, there was zero context. It was just this, but I found it very funny, and I sent it to everyone I knew. Even though I do not like pain au chocolat. And then I was like, you know what? I have to make this one piece. Babe, it's 11 a.m. Time for your pain au chocolat. I don't know, there's just something whimsical about it. Is he biting his lip? I just thought he was doing a corny smile. Yay! Okay, to work. Big Mom has a son or daughter named Pan or Chocolat. What if she has triplets and they're called Pan? How do I say it? Pain? It's French, right? Pan? Whatever. What if she's got triplets? One's called Pan, one's called O, and one's called Chocolat. Pan or Chocolat? I don't know, I'm not French. He is though. Isn't it so fucked up that Sanji's French? Pan au chocolat! Pain au chocolat! Yeah. Pain au chocolat! How's that? Well said, thank you. But it's fucked up that he's French. It's no wonder that Zoro like bullies him. It's kind of hard to not bully a French man. And you know what's funny? I love you French people. Look, I do love you, but why is it that every time someone says something about, well, French people just cannot take a joke, they always fucking prove it. Because someone says, haha, French people. And then there's a bunch of French people going, what? And it's like, whoa. I don't know about you guys, but when someone makes fun of Aussies, I don't tend to care. Like, Australia low-key kind of sucks, so I'm not gonna, like, defend it with my fucking life. Sacre bleu! I don't quite understand it. I like the French. I fuck with the French. I fuck with them heavy. I fuck with their protest ethic and their revolution ethic. Like, the French know how to protest. They are really fucking good at protesting. Every time I see the French protesting, I'm like, fuck, I wish we had the balls to do that in other countries. In saying this, I guess it does depend who it's coming from, because if it's the British or the Americans making fun of the French, I can understand why the French are then gonna be like, shut the fuck up. Like, I can understand that. I can understand if Americans or the Brits are coming for the French, why they would be like, we're not taking that. No offense to the Brits and the Americans out there. USA and France have been allied throughout your entire history, and yet I'm pretty sure French people hate Americans. Mind you, it's quite tough to find a country that feels fondly about Americans. I can't think of one. There are many countries that like American aesthetic, but they don't like Americans. Like South Korea and Japan, they love American aesthetic. They fucking hate like actual Americans. It's really funny. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh at you guys. But every time I go to like Japan or South Korea, I've gone to South Korea once and Japan a few times. Every time I pull out my Australian passport, they go, like, they immediately light up because they thought I was American until they saw that. Was I always Aussie? Sorry, the idea that I previously was like, I know what you mean. I think you mean country. Like, was I always living in Australia? But the idea of nationality wise, I just shifted. I used to be something else. Yes, I've lived in Australia all my life. Many think I'm British at first. Even some Aussies think I'm British. When I grew up in, because I grew up in Queensland, and for those who don't know, Queensland is like, that's like the Bogan state, and for Bogan, that's like redneck. They have that, oh yeah, nah, fuck you can't. They have that real fucking Aussie accent. Like they've got that accent. I do not have that. I'd speak just normally up in Queensland, and I was asked multiple times, are you British? I was like, no. No, I'm just from a different state. I have not crashed. I thought you were British. No, not British. Jupiter, you fool. Oh yeah, Queensland's at the tippy top. My fave place in Australia, probably where I'm living now. Victoria. But I mean, I can't particularly say I have like a fave place. Fave country? I have no fucking idea if I got one of those. I respect and love many countries. Fave planet, fave galaxy. Damn. Fave guys! You're overwhelming me. Favorite plane of existence. I quite like 2D. Oh wait, that's dimension, not plane of existence. Okay, second dimension. I like that one. Flower flower. Pain au chocolat. Pain au chocolat. New Zealand's quite beautiful. I've never been, and I will not be going, but Hawaii just looks gorgeous, but I'm obviously not going because of how fucked it is because of America. I've talked about this, guys, and I'm like, I really don't mean to be like a white knight, but I think about how Hawaii is owned by America, and I'm like, why the fuck, like, I remember when I found that out, I was like, why the fuck do America own them? Get, like, go away! Leave them alone, damn! Like, I know historically why, and I think it's fucked up. Literally all I see about Hawaii, content from Hawaii, is native Hawaiians being like, please leave us alone. And I'm like, I feel like maybe we should be listening to them. I genuinely only found out when I was a kid that Hawaii was owned by America because of Lilo and Stitch. Because Lilo and Stitch is super heavy on like anti-America, like anti-US, anti-Hawaii being an American state. And they talked about like the American government and shit in Lilo and Stitch, and I was like, I remember looking at my parents and going, huh? I thought Hawaii was Hawaii. And they went, no, it's technically America. And I was like, huh? Like even as a wee bab, something within me knew that was wrong. And I was like a homunculus. I was a zygote, and I was like, there's something wrong about that. I did not see the live action, but I know what they do, and isn't it horrendous? You know what's funny? I swear I remember saying they would do something like that too. I swear I remember saying they were not going to keep those anti-American colonization and anti-American tourism themes. I swear I remember saying that. And I swear I remember saying that because I remember saying to people, Lilo and Stitch is woke. The original Lilo and Stitch is woke. And contrary to popular belief, they don't really want to make shit like that anymore, especially not for like Disney family live actions. Like they don't actually make it as woke as everyone thinks they do. Like content from the 2000s, a lot of that content is actually a lot more woke than a lot of the family friendly churned out AI slop that we're getting now. Puerto Rico's in a similar situation. Damn. I gotta look up the history of Puerto Rico. Not all movies get happy endings. Lilo and Stitch dead! You fucking bum. You bum. What a fucking edgy bro thing to say. Where are they getting these directors from? I've just had it. Hang on, Wrath, I think in some versions of the Bible, Jesus doesn't come back. Wait. Hang on, Wrath, I think in some versions... hang on a minute. Wait, I swear there's a version where he currently has not come back. But I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Right? I think that's already been written. The resurrection? Is that in every version? Is it unethical to visit Hawaii? Currently, any native Hawaiian will tell you yes, or like the majority will, and it's because of the tourisms, the way they've been treated like a luxury resort, like to go to. It's becoming unlivable in Hawaii for anyone who actually lives there and is a native Hawaiian, because it's just become, it's like capitalism state. They've just become a resort place, and when you're a resort place, think of what happens to the prices of everything. Everything skyrockets up like fucking crazy, and that's why they're begging people, please stop coming here, because their current living situation is unlivable. And I remember I did know someone that went, and I didn't get into it with them, but they were telling me most expensive, it was like the most expensive trip they've ever taken. And it's like everything was so expensive, all the food was so expensive, even the fruit was so expensive. And I remember thinking, yeah, now imagine what it's like having to live there, and you're proud of your country, but there's nothing you can do but beg people to not go. There's actually something, I remember I was looking up images of Honolulu. Because I was showing this to Sarah, and there's just something disgusting about it. Hang on, you'll see what I mean. So here's, I don't know, maybe I'm too woke, but when I was looking at Honolulu, I was like, they've got all like the resorts, all the skyrise like resorts, and then it's all along this coast, right? And then everything else behind it, it just flattens out because they've just fucking barreled through everything and put all the resorts here. And it's clearly, this is not like the terrain for it. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, there's something dystopian about this. They're putting all their resorts here, blocking this beautiful view for all the tourists, and everyone who actually lives in this place is like all back here seeing this just wall. Like, something feels malicious about that. I just, again, maybe I'm too woke, but I'm like, that is just fucked up to me. Because you can bet that that would not have been built if it were not for American intervention, you know? It just doesn't feel right, especially considering like the kind of pollution these things would give off with the reef and the beaches there. Doesn't feel right, but whatever. You know? Sorry, I rewatched Lilo and Stitch earlier this year, and then I got back into looking at the history of Hawaii again, and I was like, oh my god. This is just fucked up. Lilo and Stitch kind of radicalized me in a way. Welcome to the stream, by the way. This is a normal conversation in the MelonTeee stream. Sometimes I look at what Goofy, like Jamil, because sorry, his name is Jamil. Mugiwara no Goofy. Sometimes I look at what he says on his Instagram, and his Instagram is a lot of like, he's very outspoken about shit that he believes in too. And I'm like, I don't really do that. And then I remember every fucking time I stream, I do that. I'm always like, no, you will listen. You will listen about my grievances. And we will talk about my grievances. It was so fun. By the way, I met Goofy this year in October as well. It was so fun talking to him because we're just like this. Twin. He's truly twin. He's my twin. Even though I think he might be a little bit scared of me. Sorry, I'm reading the comments. Sorry, the chat, the comments. Oh my god, YouTuber. I'm sorry, everyone. Lilo and Stitch fucking rocks, the original. It's truly just one of Disney's masterpieces. Just a masterpiece in general, honestly. I always think about Stitch after he leaves Lilo, because he's like, I don't belong here, because of shit that happened, right? And then he sits in the forest and he goes, I'm lost. Oh! That is so fucked up! Why would they write that? Why would they make children feel emotions that are like sad? How dare they? How dare they make children have lots of emotions in a healthy fictional space where they can evolve their minds and think about things more critically? How fucking dare they do that to the children? I know, guy with 3 eyes. That's the joke. How dare Lilo and Stitch shape me into the critical thinker I am today? You want me to help you just like that? Fine. That's really One Piece, actually. That's so One Piece cool. That's so Luffy when he like befriends people. You want me to help you just like that? Yeah. Okay, fine. I didn't watch the live action because I heard of what they did to it, and I was like, you don't understand. When I watch something like that, it makes me angry, and I don't like being angry. I don't like being angry. Like, my friend tried to get me to watch the Avatar The Last Airbender live action, and I was like, girl, because she knew I would pop the fuck off. She knew that I would be inconsolable and pointing at the screen and yelling about it. She wanted to see it, and I was like, I'm choosing peace. I'm choosing peace today, okay? I do not want to feel anger today. Not if I can help it. Which live action? Avatar The Last Airbender. Because my friend was also into Avatar The Last Airbender, and she hated the live action, and she wanted me to watch it so she could, like, because, look, how do I say this without making me sound like, oh, I'm just so smart? But, like, my friend knows that when I don't like something, I have, like, criticisms that I can actually voice, and she wanted to hear that. But I was like, girl, I just can't. I don't want to be angry. Like, I just don't want to be angry. Oh, the Netflix one. No, the M. Night Shyamalan one is also bad. I think they're making a Kyoshi series. Well, look, something else that's toxic about me. No one will convince me that Korra is, like, good. Because Korra is an unbelievable mess. And not only is it an unbelievable mess, just from my opinion, from my standpoint, creation-wise, it was a mess because the writers, like, were basically thrown around. They were kind of fucked around. They weren't really given a chance. And you can feel it. Because, look, I'm glad Korra gay, but the Korra Asami thing at the end, I was like, the fuck? We want to talk about, like, women characters who are not even characters. Asami. Her name was Asami, right? I was waiting for her to fucking do something. Or to have a personality, and she just didn't. I hated the airbender thing. I hated when, oh, things are in balance, airbenders are back. I hated that. And I hated that because it felt like something I liked about Avatar Last Airbender was the very real effects of the genocide, right? Of airbenders and of the airbending nation, right? Like the culture was just totally wiped out. And I thought that was one of the most horrific things in the original series. And one of the realest things in the original series, like Aang literally being like a genocide survivor. He's one of the only ones left of his culture. And then in Korra, they just, okay, they're all back again. And I'm like, I don't think that's the way you go about this. Like, I don't think that's the way you go about fixing a genocide. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? I was like, it just felt childish to me, and I'm like, like they were trying to be like, oh, how happy every airbenders are back, and I was like, it feels like the horrificness of the original of what Aang was fighting for is like, it's okay because the world can just now be back into balance, and I was like, okay, I guess. I'm not saying Aang needs to be like Genghis Khan and have a fuck ton of babies, but like, it just felt like it was not very mature, personally. Exactly. Everyone should have been like, given the ability to learn airbending techniques, even if they weren't airbenders, right? Like, it should have been incorporated into other bending styles, so airbending culture truly never vanished. Like, one of my favorite episodes in the original was when Aang goes to, what is it, the Eastern Air Temple or some shit? I forget which one it was. And he finds a bunch of refugees that have started living in that air temple. And at first he's like fucked up about it because he's like, oh my god, all my people here. But then he sees, in a way, these refugees are like somewhat preserving airbending culture, right? They may not be like born airbenders or anything, but they are doing similar things that airbenders were doing. They are adapting in the same way the airbenders adapted, and I just loved that. I thought that was magnificent. So then it's like they added that thing in Korra, and I'm like, so now that whole beautiful storyline is kind of just nothing. Now like the forgive the One Pieceisms, the carrying on of like the airbending will and cultures is just kind of, well, now people are just airbenders again. And I was like, okay. Yeah, airbending's hereditary. However, there is implication that you can pick up bending. Like, because from everything, don't fucking ignore the Avatar story in the Korra. I honestly didn't like that. Everything in the original Avatar was like dragons taught the firebenders, the moon taught the waterbenders, earthbenders were taught by the badger moles, and airbenders were taught by the air bisons. And it's like, air bisons still existed, by the way, right? So air bisons still very much existed in Korra, which is fine. It's up as an animal, right? You can bring back air bisons. I don't mind that. There could definitely have been air bisons that existed outside of outside of the air temples, right? So it's like there was an implication that airbending, even if the airbending nomads were totally wiped out, airbending would still remain in the world because it was something that was taught from the world, right? So they just went, we're going to bring it back as balance. And I was like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? He removed bending from Ozai, but that's because he was the Avatar who could do spirit stuff, right? For Korra, it was like, get into the spirit world and, restore the balance for everyone, and suddenly people can just become airbenders. Like, the people that became airbenders were not originally benders in any way. Ozai was originally a bender, so Aang took that from him. Like, there was implication he could do that, but again, the reason I don't like how they did it in Korra with the airbending is because it's like the real effects of what we were seeing of what the firebenders did to the world, the Fire Nation did to the world, is just gone. Like, it's like, okay, now we don't have to think about that anymore, and it's huh? Well, whatever. I love Kyoshi as well. And I love how Kyoshi was like, Aang, kill the bitch. Fucking kill him. And Aang was like, oh, fuck, no, shouldn't have asked her. I like how Aang was like, but you didn't technically kill that one guy. He was standing there, and Kyoshi was like, what's the fucking difference? She was so fucking real for that. These streams are like therapy. I'm in my box all the time, so when I'm out of my box, wow, I just love talking to you guys. I'm literally a monkey. Despite all my rage, I'm just a monkey in a cage. Mind you, we also had Katara going through something similar of what Aang was going through. Not exactly the same, because Katara's whole culture did not get wiped out. But all the waterbenders in her village got wiped out, which is why she had that affiliation with Aang. And again, it's like, what about, like, because they had the northern water people migrate to the south, and of course that caused like civil war. I didn't mind that storyline. But of course that is more realistic in terms of how things like will happen in the world, you know? I didn't mind the waterbending civil war. Oh, sorry. I made pasta this morning. There's truly no better feeling than, sorry. There's truly no better feeling than making a huge meal and having your fridge full of leftovers. Because now I'm like, wow, I don't have to cook anything for like another week. Although some people can't eat the same thing for a week straight. And I used to think, wow, they're such weirdos. Apparently I'm the weirdo. Why do I have this? Oh my god, I got my dingling out. I'm sorry, guys. When did I do that? I must have done that automatically. Oh my god, I said this on twitter.com. You know how we were talking about Zoro and Zoe yesterday? And how I was talking about Zoro, like, kind of went off, like he crashed out? I was talking about, I said on Twitter, if I were him, and I crashed the fuck out about, like, actively crashed out about Sanji. And then I found out he actually was blackmailed and he actually was kidnapped. I'd be so fucking embarrassed. I'd be so embarrassed. Like, no wonder he inched away. Because he forget him! Forget him! Fuck that guy! Fuck, like, he's tweaking the fuck out. And then suddenly it's like, oh yeah, so Big Mom, like, actually will kill someone if they don't come to the tea party. And Sanji's from an assassin family that will also probably kill someone if he doesn't arrive, if he doesn't go there. And then Zoro's like, I'd be so embarrassed. Not only did everyone see me tweaking the fuck out about a guy that I apparently don't care about, but he actively had no choice in the matter. I'd be so embarrassed. I'm talking about Zoro so much because of this video, mate. That's why. But I also like the guy. He's funny. Yeah, he knew Sanji had his reasons after he crashed out. He sure did not think that before he crashed out. He literally was actively saying, fuck that guy! Forget him! And then they found out what really happened and Zoro went, oh, whoops. Hello, mama. What would he have to apologize? Like, Sanji didn't hear him say that. If he apologized, Sanji would be like, for what? And Zoro's like, nothing! Nothing! I didn't say anything! It does crack me up that, like, he doesn't know anything. Loki, that's foul. That's fucking crazy. Anyway, that clicked and I didn't want that to click. Anyway, what was I saying? You totally just derailed my thought just then. Oh, I like that Zoro doesn't know anything about, like, Sanji's story or, like, Whole Cake Island or anything. And I love how he's fighting next to Sanji in Onigashima. And Queen is like, you cyborg, you Vinsmoke, blah blah blah, and Sanji's like, don't call me that, I'm not a Vinsmoke, Judge isn't my dad. Can you imagine being Zoro? Where's the meme? If I was Zoro and I was fighting next to Sanji and I was hearing all this, I'd be like this. What the fuck are they talking about? Like, damn, what happened? What happened in Whole Cake Island? What the fuck? Zoro's like, what's a Vinsmoke? Like, because it happens again. It happened the first time when Drake was fighting Zoro and Sanji when they protected Otoko. And Drake was like, Vinsmoke Sanji. And Sanji was like, never call me that. And Zoro's probably like, and you know, whatever he's hearing, that shit's serious because he's never said that to Sanji. Because Zoro takes any chance he can get to make fun of him. That's clearly a real fucking sore spot, and he's heard that, and he's like, I can, like, that's too far, I cannot call him a Vinsmoke. He's like, I don't know what that is, I don't know what's going on. I just know I probably should not make fun of that. I don't think Zoro did see Sanji's stealth black uniform. Maybe the only time he could have saw it was when Sanji saved Momonosuke. But I can't think if he did see it. If computers existed in One Piece world, like our type of computers, you can bet after Onigashima, if Sanji looked through the search history, there'd be a what is a Vinsmoke? He's not fucking asking. Why is Sanji giving Luffy chocolate pan? Because it's babe, it's 11 AM! It's time for his pan au chocolat! Yay! Wasn't he wearing it when he and Zoro were fighting King and Queen next to each other? No. No, he was not. He took it off after King, fucking, like, blew his womb out. For anyone that remembers that. King stabbed him right in the uterus and sent him into the wall. And then he took off the stealth black uniform because he was like, something feels weird. I have a way with words, I know. He did take it off after that, right? I actually don't remember why he took it off. I think he said because he was feeling weird. So he took it off. Does Zoro know about the mutations? The most he knows is there's something going on with Sanji. Because Sanji was like, Zoro, if I mutate, you gotta kill me. And of course, Zoro, don't make me pull it up again. Sanji says, Zoro, you gotta kill me if I mutate. And Zoro's... Zoro's like, he's trying to do Sherlock with this shit, right? He's like, Vinsmoke, Judge, Germa, mutation. He's not gonna ask, but he's like, I know he's trying to piece this shit together. Oh. Nah, Judge didn't know that Sanji's genes would mutate. Like, Sanji didn't want to give... Sorry, Judge didn't want to give Sanji the suit because he didn't think Sanji deserved it or was good enough for it. Like, I'm pretty sure there's no idea from anyone that Sanji would have mutated upon putting on that suit. Because Niji gave him the suit. He slipped it into his pocket. And a lot of people go, oh, he wanted this to happen. No, because that was a somewhat bittersweet moment between him and Niji and his siblings. I always say that moment was supposed to be what the Vinsmokes could have been had Judge not fucked them up. That was meant to be really bittersweet. Like, they clearly have this weird care of Sanji in that moment. And not even Sanji can really understand that. Not even they can understand that. So Niji having that scene with him, giving him the suit, and then the suit's like, haha, I mutated you. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, they definitely had the raid suits pre-made. That's probably why Judge was so fucking upset. Because Stealth Black was known to be the scariest one. The worst one. And Sanji was the fuck up! Ah! Stealth Black was meant to be like his fucking Deus Ex Machina. And then Sanji failed. No wonder Judge fucking hated him. Yeah, Stealth Black was like the worst one. Because Law talks about the lore, Law talks about the lore of Drama 66. And he says Stealth Black was like the scariest one, the craziest one. Like, if Sanji truly mutated, he would have been one hell of a fucking assassin. He would have been terrifying. So yay for the blow dryer. My fantasy football Power Rangers team! This music with Babe, it's 11 AM, time for your pain au chocolat is really good. You think Sanji loves jazz? I think he loves girl group songs. I think he loves girl group songs. If we take anything from the film Red Movie to be canon, which I don't, but he loves the girl idols, the girl pops. Who's hotter, Estrid or Reiju? I mean Reiju, but I'm not shallow. Reiju's got a beautiful heart. She's a bit fucked up, but she's got a beautiful heart. And saying that, and I need you guys to understand this, I fucking love how nasty Estrid is. Like, I need you guys to understand, I'm not saying I condone that, I'm saying I just like that this woman is nasty as shit. I just like how nasty she is. Oh, in saying this actually, do we think it's now a bit more, like, because some people said they thought maybe Black Maria could have been a giant. And I was thinking, you know what? I think quite possible now. Not only does she look similar to Estrid, she's got the horns. I guess they're bigger than that, aren't they? They're bigger than that, aren't they? Black Maria's not that big. I don't think I have seen Black Maria's other Zone form. It's true, Oda just does like making big people. Actually, Whitebeard. Is there a theory that Whitebeard's a buccaneer? But canonically, he's just a guy from what we know, right? Right, it's just a theory. A One Piece theory. For now, he's just a dude. La la la. How did you get over the cringiness of listening to your own voice? It never goes away. It never goes away. It's like putting like alcohol rub on like your injuries. It hurts, but you gotta grit your teeth and bear with it. I still have the theory that we as humans are naturally not supposed to hear ourselves so clearly. Like, our brains don't understand. We're hearing our own voices and our brains are going, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, the most we were supposed to hear ourselves is through our own, like you know, hands over our ears or echoing. But now we have technology to let us hear ourselves so clearly. And I know our brains are not made for that. I don't know how singers feel, but singers are very egotistical. Ugh. There are definitely people that love hearing themselves talk. That 100% exists. My favorite headcanon for Luffy and Sanji is Sanji hides vegetables in Luffy's meat. Like he's a dog. Now, no one can convince me this isn't the case. I just know that when Sanji joined the crew, he shaped the men's quarters up. I know he was like, we're putting clothes in the hamper. We're cleaning the sheets at least once a week. We're wiping the floors. We're brushing the floors. And we are putting our clothes away neatly. This man was raised in a restaurant for 8 years of his life. He had that 9 to 5 schedule, more than that. He wakes up at what time does he wake up? 5 a.m.? He has that 5 to midnight schedule. He literally is the one who was running a restaurant. There's fucking no way Sanji was dealing with like sloppy boys' quarters, you know? There's no fucking way he was dealing with that shit. Not to mention, he's the only guy that showers every day. He's the only guy that bathes every single day. I know he sees, like, dirty clothes on the floor and he goes, "Hey! Whose is this?" And then, like, Luffy puts his hand up. "Put it in a hamper!" Sorry, Sanji. Sorry, Sanji. Yes, Sanji. He'd have to be a neat freak. Like, he'd have to be. Because, again, you think he's got restaurant tendencies. This guy would be getting up, cooking everything, cleaning, getting up, having a shower. Maybe he's a morning shower or night shower person. I don't know. Getting up, having a shower, making his bed, putting on a suit. He's got suits, mind you. Making everyone their breakfast, wiping down the kitchen. Starting on lunch, making everyone lunch, wiping down the kitchen, starting on dinner, making everyone dinner, wiping down the kitchen, wiping all the appliances down, probably cleaning the galley, doing whatever his night routine is, going to bed, wake up, rinse, repeat. Hanging up his suit, you know? He's definitely a neat freak. He'd have to be with what he does. And with cleaning the fucking kitchen every day, Jesus. Does Sanji have OCD? I don't think he's got OCD per se. But I can see him having insane anxiety. Do you understand? I feel like Sanji does not sleep properly. I just don't think he would. I think he gets as much sleep as he can until the nightmares. OCD, I don't know about that kind of huggy. Obsessive compulsive huggy. I mean, think about when he was a kid. There's no way he doesn't have like the word, like, I stand by if Sanji's alone with his thoughts, he's like, I have to kill myself. There's no way this guy can sleep normally. There's just no way. I feel like he's getting up at 5 AM and going, I should just start breakfast. Nah, I think the Straw Hats clean their own clothes, but when it comes to the guys, because some people go, oh, Nami and Robin would make them do that. Nami and Robin, especially Nami, they do not sleep in the boys' quarters. They do not have to deal with the boys once they've gone to bed. Sanji has to deal with them. He has to sleep next to them, right? His clothes are next to their clothes. If anyone's shaping them up, it's Sanji. Like, you can bet Zoro and Luffy start to fucking stank because they have not washed their clothes in a week. And Sanji's like, go do your laundry. And they're like, do it! Do your laundry! You stink! Jinbei would be fine. Jinbei's a good man. I think Jinbei would help Sanji. If that color spread that I love so dearly tells me anything, Jinbei would help Sanji. It's one of my favorite color spreads recently. And I swear I saved it because I liked it so much. There it is. See? Isn't that so cutie patootie? I've never seen anyone actively helping Sanji in the cooking process. The only one I've seen doing that is Chopper when they were rolling dough. But that was like the prep. I've never seen anyone cooking with Sanji. That's crazy, right? Ratatouille! Wow, Oda really likes Sanji and his mice. Like, he really likes them. He really likes Sanji and his mice. That is so cute. He's so Cinderella coded, no matter what anyone wants to say. Look how happy he is watching them eat. Oh god. Jesus fucking Christ, man. These two are just monsters. Like, I said this during when this came out. I was like, I know Luffy's hands are sticky. I know they're sticky. I just know Luffy's got hands like a toddler. Every time he touches you, it's sticky. Like, I just know they're sticky. Wait, Sanji with a hose? Where's the meme? Is this how you're imagining Sanji with Luffy and Zoro? Oh! Yeah, probably hoses them down. Luffy is not a bum. He just doesn't wash. There's a difference between a bum and someone who doesn't wash. You don't understand. You wouldn't get it. A bum does not automatically apply to hygiene. Sometimes you are just a bum. Garp, for example. Bum. Has nothing to do with his hygiene. He's just a bum. Thank you. Yeah, a bum is Garp. Same thought process. Also, Shanks isn't really a bum. I just like calling him one. I just like bullying him. Shanks is unfortunately really fun to bully. And the reason he's really fun to bully, it's just because it's so funny that everyone likes him except for the one person he cares about. Or like, the one person he really cares about. I'm afraid that's kind of bum behavior. Buggy definitely cleans every day. You know why? Because Buggy wears makeup. There is no fucking way Buggy is not cleaning every day. With makeup, Buggy would have gotten a million infections if he didn't clean every day. At least wash his face. Also, Buggy's got beautiful long hair. And bitch, you have to be washing that shit. He'd be greasy as shit. Oh yeah, I've added more trading cards, One Piece trading cards to my throne. As I've said before, I'll open any cards that I receive from my throne on stream. Just letting everyone know. Thank you, Crash. Bye, Crash. Buggy and a Grande. Yeah. What the hell? Avast! Shut up! Fun fact, my computer was running a bit slow and I got rid of Avast because I was like, maybe that's why. I got rid of Avast. My computer was running slower. I had to bring it back and I was like, oh, and now my computer's smoother again. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but Avast is doing something. We've seen Buggy in pigtails. Guy with three eyes, I don't know if you know this. Buggy's original outfit that we first saw him in. Brother, what do you think these are? Those are his pigtails. He's Hatsune Buggy. Hatsune Buggy. I forgot I made this for my video. I might be funny, honestly. That got used in the tier list, yeah. Because I believe we were saying, I don't like clowns, but I do feel a lust for Buggy. I think that's what I was talking about. So I was deciding, does the clownness outdo my lust, or does the lust outdo the clownness? I still want Shamrock to meet Buggy. I need that to happen. I just need to see if it's genetic. Please, I'm desperate. Fish out of water book talk vid trying to get into One Piece. I probably won't watch it now, but you can link me. Only because I don't like showing like names of like other content creators to like, do you understand what I mean? To like talk of. Book talk versus agenda piece on TikTok. I saw something about it, and I saw someone saying that the agenda pieces are like gagged at people with actual media analysis, critical thinking, like talking in the space and being confused, and the book talk girlies are confused when they get comments like, okay, but he's not as strong as him or something. Which is so funny because that's what happened to me when I first got into One Piece. When I was talking about Sanji and Zoro and their equals, and all the comments I'd get going, okay, but one's stronger than the other, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, the fuck are they talking about? Like, it's truly just another world. It's a whole other world because it's like, I am not thinking in numbers. I am not thinking in pissing contests. I'm just thinking narratively. They're equals. You must ship them if you think they're equals. I guess Oda ships them then. Captain Useless Mid continues to be funny, it's true. Look, I keep saying to you guys, it's just bizarre when, and again, I'm not saying I love Zoro, okay? I love Zoro. I'm not saying this is Zoro's fault. But it's just every time you try and make Zoro equals with someone, especially Sanji, it's taken as like offensive, and it's like, what are you saying fuck me for? I'm not even saying that Sanji's better than him, I'm saying they're equals. And they just hate that. They hate that shit. Zoro can't be equals with him, and it's like, damn, bitch. Yeah, I also didn't realize people fight like fucking crazy with Mihawk and Shanks power scaling. I had no clue. No clue. I had no real clue until I was on the Reverie and Mama Drork was asked about the Mihawk Shanks thing. I remember sitting there thinking, huh? Like, is this that big of a debate? The rat Shanks came from Mihawk? Really? Guys, don't make me pull up my favorite agenda piece edit. You know I have it on lock. You know it's in my pocket. You know it. You know it. But I'll bring it up again. Unfortunately, really good. Let's go, Zoro! Oh my god. I thought about the mermaid girls again. They're scary. I keep thinking about... Isn't Love Island about pretty people, like, getting together or something? How did no one on that island immediately, like, all want to be with that girl? If I were in that conversation and I heard her talking about mermaids like that, I'd be like, I'm in love with her. Like, I need to date this woman. They're scary. Maybe I'm just really gay. I don't know. Best written female character in One Piece. Nami's obviously up there. Look, Nami, Robin, and Boa are all just fantastic. Big Mom's also really good. See, it's hard to pick because he's got a lot of good ones. Like, I really like Shirahoshi. I love her. I think Vivi, fuck, Vivi's phenomenal. I love Shirahoshi, and every time people don't like Shirahoshi talk to me, I tend to convince them. Because the way they look at Shirahoshi is they think she's just whiny crybaby, and it's like, yeah, but like, there's reason for her story being that way, right? Like, I think she is, to me, she's a very personal character. Rebecca's kind of there. I don't think she was Oda's strongest because Kairos took the spotlight. But I do like Rebecca, but I don't think she is one of his best. Connis was pretty good from Skypiea, and the reason I say that is because she literally pulled out a fucking bazooka and demanded everyone listen to her, and that was fucking awesome. I fucked with that heavy. Yeah, majority of One Piece's problems come from the anime. In my head, I'm going through arcs. The main three, Boa, Nami, and Robin probably are really the ones that are truly up there. And I say Boa Hancock because she just really threw me for a loop. I wasn't expecting her to be like that. Oh, Pudding's really good. That's true. Pudding is phenomenal. Oh, fuck. How could I forget Pudding? Pudding is so good. I really like... Oh, Hiyori! Fuck! No. Oh, he's just been cooking. Bonnie? How could I forget Bonnie? Wow. No, he's been cooking like fucking crazy lately. I also do really like Reiju. I really like her. I like her whole thing. I do love Shaki. I wouldn't put Shaki at the top because I think the themes around Shaki are stronger than Shaki herself. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, Shaki is similar to Boa, and I think Boa's story, like who Boa is done better. Like, Boa Hancock is done better. Shaki's a good character, but the themes around her character are a lot stronger than her character. But Shaki's still really good. Oh, Chiffon's really good. We said Vivi, of course. We didn't forget Vivi. No, Vivi's phenomenal. I do think Lola deserves a spot. I do like Lola. Oh fuck, I really like Hiyori. I can't believe I've got Hiyori. I'm trying not to be biased because I want to say Black Maria, but I only know that's because I'm a freak. Like, Black Maria character-wise, she's so fun, but, like, as a character, she's like Khalifa. Like, do you understand what I mean? She's a very good antagonist, but she's not exactly, like, a strong written character, but I love Black Maria. I didn't look up Black Maria with a hybrid form. Oh, Ulti coming back with Yamato story is great. Yeah. Oh, Kiku! Oh, fuck. Kiku's really good. Brulee's really... There are a lot. There are so many. Kudaha really rocks. She really, really rocks. No, he's been spitting with his girlies lately. Praline's good, but she's not exactly a strong character, but she's good. Yeah, we said Bonnie. Bonnie has indeed been said. Bellamere? Oh, Bellamere rocks. I don't want to say Gunko because I don't know enough about Gunko yet. I cannot yet decide if Gunko is well written. Ida is pretty good. I wouldn't put her up there as some of the strongest, like some of the best written, but she is very good. I wouldn't put Miss Doublefinger up there, no. I think Otama does deserve a spot. Otama did a lot. I think Ado should count. I don't know how much Oda wrote, but I do think Ado should count. Sorry, Uta, not Ado. I do think Uta should count. I really like Uta. I think she's fantastic. Gloriosa is similar to Shaki in the sense that the themes around Gloriosa are stronger than her character writing. And I say that because I really fucking like that Gloriosa is on Amazon Lily in the current day and is helping her girls and looking after her girls. Like, currently Gloriosa is an elder still trying to look after Amazon Lily. I think Gloriosa's great. The hate around her I think is a bit forced. I do not think Shaki was done dirty in the flashback. Because again, it's a theme of Amazon Lily. Like I said, the theme around Shaki was stronger than Shaki's character writing itself. But I really do enjoy like the oppressive themes that follow the Amazon Lily women and what happens to them and what the world does to them. I want to say Stussy. I wouldn't put her up as one of the best, but Stussy and Egghead was very compelling. The love sickness, TLDR, that love sickness is it probably doesn't actually kill you. I always saw that as that was kind of a lie, an overdramatic lie. And I saw that as it was just, like, they just had never felt that before. Like, I don't think love sickness actually kills somebody. No, I do not think Tritoma was killed by love sickness. I think that was a lie. Because they also, Gloriosa is also not supposed to be on Amazon Lily or something, remember? Like, she's lying about who she is or some shit. But I always thought love sickness was like over dramatic. And I thought it was just because of what Amazon Lily women go through regarding being objectified by the world. They're quite uninterested in people until they meet someone that they are interested in, and that's very rare. There's like only one person, and they don't know how to deal with their feelings. So they just call it love sickness. Oops. Also love Kami. Kami is so fucking funny. Oh, Koala! Koala's definitely up there. Princess Otohime. I'm definitely putting her up there. I think she was one of Oda's best by far. By far. I think she was an incredible queen. And I will say, why Oda has a habit of killing off the mothers. Like, there's sickness, don't get me wrong, like Kaya... Not Kaya. Usopp's mother. Lol. Freud. Oh my god, Sigmund. Usopp's mother did die by sickness. Rouge died because of giving birth to Ace, right? But a lot of the women, the mothers that do die, it's not an unexplained event. Sora died because she was trying to save her children and she drank like a poison. And that destroyed her from the inside out and she ended up, you know, being killed or like just dying. And Ida, when Ida was dying of a sickness, I was like, seriously? But then it was revealed, oh, actually Estrid's like the ancient giant gang poisoned her. And I went, oh, okay, you fucking got me. And Rebecca's poor mother just got brutally murdered. Like, there's this thing that a lot of people say where it's like, oh, the mothers just die from sicknesses. And it's like, a lot of them actually don't. A lot of them tend to die by making a final stand. Such as Toki, Hiyori's mother, Momonosuke and Hiyori's mothers. Toki died in the same way Odin did. They both had a final stand. Don't get me wrong, they do just keep dying. Bellamere as well. They do just keep dying, but this idea that they just die from sickness is not true. A lot of the mothers tend to die because they were active about trying to save someone or do something. Because like Otohime is the same. Otohime got assassinated. I would prefer that mothers survived in One Piece, don't get me wrong. But it's not like they're just unexpectedly and unexplainedly dying, you know what I mean? Well, that's why Wano was great. Both the mum and the dad died. They both got. Guinea's death was one of the most foul. Foul by not as in like, oh, Oda was disgusting with her. Foul as in my gut dropped with just how she was used like that. Like showing the disgustingness of the Celestial Dragons and Saturn specifically. Experimenting on her like that. Ugh. Oh, I hated it. Oh, and of course Olvia, Robin's mother. She died in a major way. I don't know, because I just saw this thing that it's like, oh, the mothers just die from sicknesses. And it's like, that's not true. I can only think of maybe 2 mothers who died from sicknesses. Usopp's mother is the one that I remember the most. But the others didn't die from an unexplained sickness. Like Sora, again, I explained because she drank that poison and it ended up killing her. Ida because she was poisoned. Guinea because she was used as a guinea pig. Oh yeah, Shanks's mother brutally murdered. Oh my god, Shanks's mother, like that was also just foul regarding like what happened to her and what I always forget Daddy's name. Daddy Shanks's name. Shanks's papa. What that fucker did to her. Garling. Thank you. I always forget. But like what Garling did to her quite literally used her. Colonized her, for the lack of a better term. Took the children and said, alright, see ya. Just disgusting. Quite literally saw her as just an object to be used and taken advantage of. And then turned her home into a slaughterhouse. Nice! There do need to be more alive mothers in One Piece, but I do think this conversation around the mothers in One Piece is a lot of the times full of misinformation, because a lot of the times the mothers are dying by standing on business. They're dying because they're making that final stand that everyone wants characters to make. They're dying for their ambitions, for their wills, for their loved ones, for their protection, for the protection of their loved ones. I was thinking about this actually, talking about misinformation and mischaracterization. Nami's fondness of children. I hate the way people talk about it. Because they talk about it like, oh, she woman, natural, she want kid. And it's like, no! It's very clear the reason Nami has this fondness and protectiveness of children is because of Bellemere. It's clearly because of Bellemere. Because Nami was a random child that Bellemere had no obligation to look after. That Bellemere had no obligation to call, like, her daughter. Or to call Nami's mother, right? And Nami watched as Bellemere stood there and said, I can't say I don't have children. I can't say I don't have daughters. Nami and Nojiko are my daughters as if I gave birth to them. And she died for that. And now Nami's heart goes out to any random child who is suffering because she's extending that, like, love and that, like, will that Bellemere had to these other children. It's a way of Nami loving her mother. And every time people talk about Nami with kids and it's like, oh, she's just naturally nurturing, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no! No! That is not what's going on. It's because of Bellemere, because she watched Bellemere die for her, and for all extensive purposes, Nami was just a random child to Bellemere. It just drives me nuts the way people talk about them. We did talk about that, by the way. But yeah, it just makes me crazy. And that's why when I was like, I personally hope Nami does not have any biological children at the end of One Piece. And people go, why? Does anyone remember I got my ass fucking jumped for that? And when I explained why, and I was like, you know, my own personal reasons aside, of course I have biases, it's because Nami's whole character is protecting the random children, saving the random children, the children that she has no real affiliation with. She will look after them because that's what Bellarmine did for her. It makes a lot more sense for Nami to have an orphanage, to adopt children, to give children who are misplaced a better life, because Bellarmine did that for her. And I remember when I said that, people went, oh, you're just trying to reason around that why you don't want Nami having like a blood family. And I was like, it just makes more fucking sense. It just makes so much more sense. My woke is injecting wokeism onto One Piece. Oh no. I think that pisses me off the most, and this is why I just... Maybe I'm too woke, is when people are like, oh, but Nami would want a family. And it's like, she fucking has a family. She has a family. This is like, I know, okay? I know I'm woke, but this idea of, oh no, it's only truly a family if it's a blood family. If she has her own blood-birthed children. And I'm like, I think I have to kill you. I have to kill you. Like, shut up. Shut up. Oh my god. We have a whole Cake Island arc of Sanji denouncing his blood family and saying, Zeph is my dad. Zeph is my father. Sanji is Zeph's son. We have a whole Arlong Park arc of Bellarmine, Nami, and Nojiko not even being blood related. But Bellarmine is saying, I am their mother. I am their mother. They are my daughters. And people want to fucking look me in the eye and say, no, Nami wants a family. She fucking has a family. You idiots. You dum-dums. I'll kill you. Also, Guy with Three Eyes, I don't trust the Vivre cards, no. But I have said if it's in the manga or if it's the author's like own words, then yes. So I'm not going to trust any information in the Vivre cards unless Oda himself has said something about something in it. Like, do you understand? Like, here's where people go, well, that Monsieur Flamingo, that's my problem. So people are going, okay, so the Vivre card said that, so now they're saying all the Vivre cards are correct. And it's like, no. The ones that Oda specifies, of course, I'm going to believe more. But the ones that he has not specified, I'm not going to talk about them in any kind of analytical way. Because as always, do you seriously think that when he's writing his manga, he's considering, oh, fuck, the Vivre card said this. Like, the Vivre cards still say Killer is Kid's first mate. He's not. By the way. It is nowhere in the manga. Killer is introduced as Kid's fighter. And Kid never calls him his first mate. And Killer's never called the first mate. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, Pepper. I even specified in this video. So I'm going to believe, like, what Oda says, because he's the author. But I'm not then going to look outside the manga and look at Easter egg information and say that must be true because it's written outside the manga, especially if Oda hasn't specified it. Because he even said when it came to the movies, he said, yeah, he helps with the movies, but he doesn't want to, like, have to force people to watch the movies if they're reading the manga. And I think it's safe to say that he's doing the same with anything else. He's not going to force anyone to go outside the manga to have to keep up with anything. The closest that's outside the manga is the SBS. Because that's his word. Queen Bee and Frankie's dad, who did he fuck? That one guy that guessed it must have gone crazy. But I think that's the thing. I think that's an incredibly reasonable thing to say. I am going to believe what he specifies, but I'm not going to believe anything else beyond that. And people just get up you for that. Like they go, but, and it's like, that is the most reasonable thing you could possibly say. I will believe what he specified and what's in the manga, but I'm not going to believe outside of that. Because that's a lot of information. I mean, Strong World is not canonized. I need you to know that. No movies are canon. Oh. Yeah, safe to say Oda gave them the information for that one. But again, there's no way he's doing that for every single Wibricon. There's so many. It's like the magazines, right? Oda mentioned one of the magazines. It was like Magazine Yellow or something. And here's what gets me. He was clearly doing that to promote it, and I feel like people don't understand this is still a man with a business, right? He clearly did that to promote it. And now people are like, oh, we're taking the whole magazine as canon. And it's like, well, I feel crazy. And it's like, I think it's incredibly simple to be like, just go by his word and buy the manga. And anything else outside of that, why are we even arguing? Ah! Damn. Gotta open it back up. It's very possible Oda dropped that on purpose because he wanted us to see that. Because he's a cheeky little guy like that. Manga only truth, SBS close second, and interviews from the guy third, right? Because I look at the interviews and he says a lot. But again, as always, the reason I say, guys, you shouldn't take, even the SBSs you should take with a grain of salt. And the reason I say that is because he can change anything in the manga whenever he wants. Whenever he wants. Interviews. He does multiple different interviews where he talks about One Piece. One of my favorite interviews he did was with the Detective Conan author, where he talked about Gear 5 and what Gear 5 means to him. I really liked that one. That's another thing. So much of the SBS is also, yeah, it's not super important, so I didn't put it in the manga. Like the Rocky Port incident. A lot of people are really pissed about the Rocky Port incident not being in the manga, but I can see why. One Piece is a big world. There will be things that happen in One Piece's world that we will not see. We will be told. I do not think it was of crazy importance to see Rocky Port. And honestly, you can easily read One Piece without knowing of the Rocky Port incident and nothing really changes because the context is there. Do you know what I mean? It's more of a, okay, here you guys go since you went. Like he did that, oh fuck, he did that with Zoro's family tree. He said, here you go, shut the fuck up. It is not going in the manga. Here's his fucking tree. You could tell he was like, stop fucking asking me. That one cracks me up the most. That's Kobe's entire journey to captain. Call me crazy, we don't actually need to see that though. Like, I truly don't think we need to see that because Kobe is not Luffy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's totally fine that we are told Kobe became captain through this incident. We don't actually have to see the incident. I think that's perfectly fine. Kid's backstory was also in the SBS, and Kid's another one. I know a lot of people get upset, oh, why couldn't Kid? And it's like, it's because it is just not of major importance to see these things. Yeah, but we don't need to... Are you understanding what I'm saying? It's Teach becoming Emperor, Law becoming Warlord, Kobe becoming Hero. We don't need to see it. We can just be told this was an incident that occurred that gave these characters their titles. Like, I truly do not believe we had to see that shit. The reason a lot of people are really angry that we didn't see that is because it was obviously a big fight. So you guys wanted to see the big fight, right? We did not need to, because it would have been pow, boom, pow. You know what I mean? Why is it of prime importance that we see it when we have been told this incident is what gave these characters these titles? Like, it's totally fine that we didn't see it. All we need to know was that an incident happened, it gave them their titles. Like, do we need to see every single incident from every single warlord of why the warlords were given their warlord titles? And why Blackbeard was given it, like, his emperor title? And why Shanks was given his emperor title? And why Whitebeard was given his emperor title? I just don't think that is truly... I think the only reason people are really pissed about it is because they wanted to see the fight. It would have been a fight. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? The reason Oda didn't draw that is because it just would have been fucking chapter upon chapter of boom pow. He doesn't want to fucking draw that shit. Like, he's already explained drawing fights is becoming tiring. And there's a reason for that. It's because it can only push a story so much, right? He's focusing on narrative. He's not focusing on boom pow at this point in time. It's very obvious. He's even said that. Like, this isn't even crazy for me to say. There's a reason Egghead wasn't like a really big fighting arc. All I'm saying is I understand why we didn't see Rocky Port. I truly do not think it was of importance that we were told it happened, and it was of importance that we were seen who was affected by that, like what titles were given by that, but we did not need to actually see the event entirely. Also, Kobe's worked with pirates before. He's worked with Luffy. There's questions that arise about characters during the event. I'm sure there are. But, as I'm saying, obviously those questions are not important enough. Because he said, no, this does not need to be shown. He talks about he must consider what is the most important to be shown. And he decided this is not important enough to be shown. And again, I agree with it because it was just a big fight event. But also, I say this respectfully, this is one of those things where people are like, the way people criticize the story gets hypocritical because can we go back to the Straw Hats? Can we focus on the Straw Hats? Hey, why didn't we see that event that doesn't focus the Straw Hats? Like, do you know what I mean? So it's like, you want more Straw Hat time, but you also want to see the events that do not focus the Straw Hats. Like, he's got to decide, man. He's got to decide what he should be showing us in the world. But between Rocky Port and the Reverie, he decided the Reverie was a lot more important. And he decided showing Sword going to Fullerled was a lot more important. I'd say that's pretty understandable. Are you sure that people having these two texts are the same? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I've seen the arguments and I've seen the complaints, especially now with people going, oh, I want to go back to the Straw Hats, like now. And it's like, it's because currently they are not interested in what they are seeing, so they want to go back to the Straw Hats. They are interested in Rocky Port, so they wanted to see Rocky Port. It's literally, again, it's just a personal preference of what people wanted to see and what they didn't want to see. I like lore, by the way. I'm saying this and I like lore. But between seeing Rocky Port and between seeing Lore fight Blackbeard, I think one of them's more important personally. Either way, it's water under the bridge because this has already been decided. The author has decided that wasn't important enough to show. And you can be upset about it, and you can be critical of it because that's in your right. But I'm just saying, the author decided that, and that's how it is. That's why I'm personally not peeved about not seeing it. Because if we had to see it, we would have seen it. It's like God Valley. It was important to see, so we saw it. Pedantica. I don't know, it is true, you can't please everybody. I did make this, yeah. I didn't make the original. The original's this. And I said, wow, that's so Luffy. Well, Kanjiro's 5 final performance is important. Yes! Yes, because it was about Wano! And it was about what happens when, like, Kanjiro's own people were fucking destroyed by Odin's people. What he was turned into. What are you talking? Like, that was directly in the arc that Luffy was a part of, saving the island. Like, yes, that was important. This is what I mean. So you personally think the Rocky Port incident was more important. You personally wanted to see it. That's fine. But now you're saying, well, I think he didn't show more important things. I think he prioritized things that are not important. And I'm telling you, this is the author of the story. He will be showing you what he believes is and isn't important in his story. You can criticize it, but I do not think it's your right to be like, what is your right? But I do not believe it's fair to be like, well, I don't think that was important. Kanjiro's whole story was important. Because it was about Wano and it was about Kinemon. Kinemon, who, by the way, had been part of the story since Punk has it. Kinemon, who also went to dress Rosa specifically to get Kanjuro. A lot more yaoi. But this is what I mean. Like, you want Boom Pow, Rocky Port instead of the emotional burdenings of what happens to people in Wano. Like, all of Wano, this was Wano. He kept coming back. He was the Boom Pow. Kanjuro was not the Boom Pow. Kanjuro was one of, like, the emotional showings of what happened to Wano. Of the pain of Wano. He was not the Boom Pow. And the reason he kept coming back is because he was highly important to Kinemon. He was highly important to a character that the reason we were in Wano to begin with, by the way, was because we met Kinemon. And Kanjuro was a very close person to Kinemon. A very close person to Kinemon. That is not Boom Pow. Also, in saying that, Kanjuro was also supposed to be kabuki, a kabuki performance. That's why there were 5 stages. Because that's what kabuki usually has. He did address the Kurozomi plotline. The Kurozomi plotline was, they will heal in time. The Kurozomi plotline was, in the same way Odin and their people hurt the Kurozomi hurt the like the Odin people as well. I forgot the last name of them. Because Otama was a Kurozomi. Hello. Sorry, Kazuki, yeah. Kazuki. But yeah, killing off Orochi was Orochi was a bad egg, right? These clans were constantly at clashes with each other. And now there's a new dawn with Otama existing alongside the Kazuki in the same way that Kanjuro originally did. Which is why Kanjuro is important, because Kanjuro could have been someone that healed this pain and healed this scar and healed these 2 clans. But instead, the hatred overtook him. Even though Odin was kind to him. Even though Kinemon was kind to him. Oops. There's a lot to do in Wano about the way hatred shapes a person and changes a person, by the way. One of the biggest characters for that was Denjiro. Denjiro's entire face changed. Entire appearance changed. Wano could have been tidier, but that does not remove the fact that he had to show Rocky Port. Like, I agree with you, Wano could be tidier, but what you're saying, Wano could be tidier so we could see Rocky Port. I don't know to tell you this, mate. No matter how tidy Wano would have been, we probably were not going to see Rocky Port. Because once again, the author has decided we don't need to see it. Like, Wano could have been arsehole tight, and I still do not believe we would have seen Rocky Port. He decided long ago, nah, not seeing it. There's just no need to see it. Well, even the Kazuki clan was about hatred overtaking them. Because Odin's dad was a bum, honestly. Like, Odin's dad and Grandpappy were kind of both bums, but Grandpappy knew that. And Odin was the breaker of the cycle, which is why it's tragic. He extended his hand to Orochi. He extended his hand to Kanjuro. And both of those characters allowed the hatred to overtake them and turn them into something more spiteful that was ruining Wano. Because I always said, I do not believe that Wano was portraying the Kazuki clan as the ones that were properly correct. I do believe they were also portraying them as they made mistakes. Odin leaving Wano was a mistake. Like, yes, he did a lot, he helped Roger, but even Odin viewed that to be a mistake that he had made. It put a lot of people of Wano in danger. The Kazukis were not perfect. But that is why there's also significance regarding Otama was raised by Odin's grandpapa or Odin's dad or whatever. Like, well, not raised, but looked after by him, right? This is another example of Kuzuki and the Kuzamis, whatever. The two clans basically meeting a calming point and a resting point there. There were so many options and times in Wano's history for these two clans to not have these wars. But due to the hatred that they both felt for each other, it just kept fucking happening. And that was one of the downfalls of Wano. But the frustration comes, Wano was a lot, could have been tidier, but wasn't, and people seeing this, you thought this was important, but this wasn't. Yes! I understand your frustration, but you also have to understand, even if Wano was tidy, we probably wouldn't see Rocky Port. Like, are you understanding? This is not about what's tidy and what isn't, and condensing arcs. This is about what Oda will draw. And he's decided he's not going to show that. He just has to tell that. I get your frustration, but you were like, I'm saying, no matter how tidy that arc probably was, he probably was not going to show it. Because he's just decided there's no need to show it. And that's probably for a reason, right? Which we'll find out. For all we know, in the future, he might show flashbacks of what happened on Rocky Port. But until that point comes, the frustration is, it feels like, oh, if he just cleaned up Wano, if he just cleaned up Wano, we could have seen other things. That probably would not be the case. I do not think we would have seen other things if he just cleaned up Wano. Otama is a Kurozumi, yes. It could have been more explicitly stated, that's true. But it was still something that was addressed. Don't get me wrong, Wano was not perfect. None of the arcs are perfect. Right? But, it's in the way Wano was talked about that just frustrates me. Like, it was a total mess. Bro, Wano was no Dressrosa. Calm down. I still stand by Wano was one of his best written arcs. A lot happened in it. Tons happened. But it was just fantastic. I also think it's unfair to be like, why was Wano so long? And then Kaido is someone and Wano is something we were being brought up to since Punk has it. And it's like, why is Wano so... Geez, I fucking wonder. Maybe because this is the arc that makes Luffy an emperor. It's long because we have gotten here from Punk has it. There's a lot of shit to do. Well, that's funny, right? I think Dressrosa is Oda's like worst written arc, and it's still my second favorite. I think Dressrosa was both his weakest and his strongest. Like, unfortunately, Dressrosa just has way too many points that are just so powerful that I can't not make it my second favorite arc. Like, Doffy remains my favorite antagonist. He was just so good. The only reason I say Dressrosa is the weakest arc is because Dressrosa is where I could feel this is a bit messy. I could feel a messiness in Dressrosa. For the other arcs, while there's might be a hint of a bit of a wobble, I don't exactly feel that messiness. Dressrosa was... it felt messy. It's his messiest arc, so I was like, ah, I think this might be his weakest one. While also being one of his strongest. One Piece is a hell of a drug. What felt messy about it? The introduction of the Grand Fleet and, in my opinion, the inability to truly show them in a highly interesting way. Like, he had the problem with Dressrosa, the Tontatas, the Grand Fleet, he had Fujitora, he had Doflamingo, he had Law's backstory, he had Rebecca's backstory, he had Kairos's backstory. There was so much happening, and I was like, damn! Damn, like, people want to talk about a flashback within a flashback. Dressrosa had a lot of backstories going, and I was like, woo! Babe, fucking Doffy's own family was getting some flashbacks. Like, there were so many flashbacks. And I was like, damn, he's doing a lot. Like, there's a lot to be done here. Dressrosa felt messy because it felt like a lot of these characters were deserving of their own time, and they couldn't get their own time. That's why it felt messy. And the issue is he kind of went a little bit in on some of them. Like Baby 5, I would have loved to see more of Baby 5. I understand why we didn't, but he went halfway in and then kind of stepped out, right? And he did that for a lot of people, for like a lot of the characters. Like that one guy that knew Garp. Who the fuck was he? He like knew Garp, and I was like, fucking Cavendish's whole deal. And I was like, I was like, I'm overstimulated. I'm overstimulated. There's a lot going on. We could have had it all. And I just stand by Doflamingo. Like, this is why I keep saying the Straw Hats should have fought Doflamingo's crew. Because one, it would have been so interesting to watch the Straw Hats realize how brainwashed Doflamingo's crew is and deprogram them. But Having the Straw Hats fight Doffy's crew would make it so Doffy's crew could actually have that spotlight. We could actually focus on the characters of Doffy's crew instead of having to flip-flop between the Grand Fleet, who we've just been introduced to, and the backstories of Doffy's crew. It was a double up going on. And there could have been a real strength in, we know who the Straw Hats are, we know who they've been through. Now we are seeing what Doffy's crew has been through. Now we're seeing who Doffy's crew are, right? I just think it was a bit of a messy decision to have the Grand Fleet be the ones to fight Doffy's crew and have the Straw Hats split up halfway. Oh, and Big Mom appeared as well. Big Mom's ship appeared too, and it's like, oh, like it was so much going on. That's truly the first time, like, the Grand Fleet facing Doffy's crew was the first time I truly felt a drag. And I was like, oh, alright, this is a lot. Sanji wouldn't dare to kick Baby 5, and Baby 5 would be like, oh, sorry, should I kill myself so I can serve you? Like, Baby 5 and Sanji, I stand by, the reason those two didn't meet is because they're too similar to each other. They would have exploded. I think Oda did not know how to deal with those two. Because it would have been like, you know those memes of people bowing and they just keep bowing to each other? That would have been Sanji and Baby 5. That's the thing though, we got the setup of Whole Cake Island with the crew splitting. So I understand why the crew split, like I get that. It's just, Doffy's crew, I think, deserved more spotlight alongside the Straw Hats and not alongside characters we have just met and we are just understanding. All I'll say is, I think Oda's kind of learned his lesson about introducing a ton of new characters from Dressrosa. Because Wano had a lot of characters introduced as well, but a good portion of the Wano characters we did already know, either through word of mouth or through characters we had originally met. Dressrosa felt like a whole new ballpark, and it's like, oh god! No, I agree. A lot going on doesn't make something messy, Alice. What made it messy is it felt like Oda wanted to go further into some things and he just couldn't. Because there was too much going on. That's what made it messy. Like, it felt like he wanted to. It felt like he took half a step in and then went, I can't go any further than this. Sorry, we gotta move on. That's what it felt like. Elbaf's been fucking fantastic. Egghead and Elbaf have just been phenomenal. I just think Oda's fantastic at the emotional. I think he truly shines at the most vulnerable and at the most emotional. That's why Whole Cake Island was so good, because it was nothing but a soap opera and he was just phenomenal with it. That's why Egghead was so good, because it was just so full of tragedy and drama and emotion. Like, the strongest points in Dressrosa were the character insights, weren't they? We did it, Rain, we did it. Hang on, I gotta check the weather outside. Give me a sec. It is quite cool outside, so I'm gonna open my door. Oh my god, mush mush! Ohayo gozaimasu! Get ready to be flashbanged, I'm sorry for this. Sorry for that, everyone. I just had to open the door. Aaron, shut the fuck up. Wow, we're not even roommates anymore and you're still annoying me. Unbelievable. I looked whiter than Toa's Usopp. What about Wit's Usopp? Do we think they're going to change that, by the way? I really am hoping they are. Since seeing Megumi Ishitani's Usopp in the new One Piece store in Tokyo and how she made Usopp more tan, I was like, come on. Come on! Like, clearly there are people that on the team that do think he should be more tan. Mama, why are you saying thank you? This is an opinion I've had forever. Damn it, I gotta open my script. Ah! Should we all let out a scream together? Okay, everyone? Alright, I fixed my chair, look. Should we all let a scream out together? Are we ready? No, 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 don't scream yet. Don't scream yet. Ready? Ready? We're gonna take a deep breath in. It's healing, it's healing. My doors are open, so everyone's gonna hear me. Okay, ready? I'll count down from 3, and after 1, we'll all scream. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Ah! All right. Yep. 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 Bring it in. Bring it in. Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't that feel good? that energy, you're pushing it out, right? You're bringing it up and you're pushing it out. Feels good. Pau chocolat! Sometimes it's good to scream. My thoughts on book talk community starting embracing One Piece. Thank fucking God. Thank God! Thank God! Oh my God! Finally! Hang on. Hang on. Sorry, I'm lost. I don't know what this is doing here. Blueberry! Don't be annoying! Stop it! What the hell? I don't know how I missed that. I must have cut that and accidentally lost it. Oh, I know what happened. It was at the front and I moved it. Hi, puppy! Alright, I fixed it. That scared me. For a second I thought I totally mixed around my audio tracks. Nope, it was just one segment. I gotta make sure this damn cat is not tearing up my fly screens. Oh. One of my favorite Sanji lines is still in Drum Island when he's like, Luffy, listen, Nami's your first priority, she's your second priority, she's your third priority, she's your fourth priority, she's your fifth priority. And Luffy's like, okay, okay. I love that one. Honestly, thinking about it, it makes a lot of sense that the team to go to Whole Cake Island consisted of Nami and Chopper, because Drum Island, where Chopper is introduced, was Nami, Sanji, Luffy, Chopper. Brook was the only outlier there, but Brook was important because he saw what happened in Thriller Bark. Chopper and Sanji are very similar. I've literally talked about that in my Robin farewell retrospective video, or whatever I call them, recontextualizing it. And I talk about why Robin said goodbye to specifically Sanji and Chopper and why they were two important characters for that. And Steven! Can you see Bobbis? Oh, you can see her! Bobbis, you are so shapely. No? My background music. I was just trying to find copyright free. And I found this YouTube account called Jelly. And I believe that all these songs are copyright free because I haven't been pulled up on them. Here's the playlist. YouTube can have it too. I'm pretty sure I'm not getting pulled up on it. Everything's been good. Yeah, currently haven't been pulled up on it. La la la. Sorry, iPad baby. I pulled my phone out for a reason. Hi, Bobbing! Eh, 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 eh. Ooh. La 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 la. They're scary. They're like vicious, babe. Also, Zim, I don't think I said hi. Hi, Zim. But I did see you come in recently, like before. I made a fucking awesome pasta. I don't know if anyone saw my tweet, but I was like, so long as you have cheese and spices, you can make anything taste good. I had a pasta sauce in my fridge, or like in my pantry. Pasta sauce and pasta and nothing else. And it was just like a plain tomato pasta sauce. But I've got a fuck ton of spices and a fuck ton of cheese. I dumped cheese in that bitch. I dumped a bunch of spices that I thought would go well together in that bitch. Some chili. I made a delicious pasta out of a very basic pasta sauce. And nothing but spices. And now I'm thinking about it. Bobbing, 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 bobbing. I tried to say Usopp in this and I went ooh. Ooh. Blueberry is very cute. I'm quite concerned because I'm worried that she's got no one but me now, so she's quite clingy. But I think she's fine. I think she's just dramatic. I do feel bad though, because sometimes I sleep past her dinner time. And I wake up and she's like dead next to me and I'm like, oops. I feed her when I wake up. But I don't think she wants another cat is the thing. That's the thing, she wants another person. I cannot just bring another person into this house. Hang on. Never mind, Blueberry scared me for nothing. It's just people outside. Sanji cardboard cutout. Because I felt bad because my former roommates and friends came over and Blueberry was really excited. She was like so excited to see them. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry Blueberry, I don't live with them anymore. Sabaudi. 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 Sabaudi Archipelago. What a stupid name. They're scary. I think the nothing happens scene was actually a metaphor for gay sex. And that's why nothing happened. Because they did it, but they're not talking about it. What? My mind. I'm sorry, it's just so beautiful. I love that one. Just say you don't understand Oda's vision the way I do. It's very clear you don't. Hello, Wrath. You've never seen me and him in the same room. If I could only watch one show for the rest of my life, yeah, it would be One Piece. Because there's just so much to watch. Like, I love BoJack Horseman, but if I had to watch BoJack Horseman as the only show for the rest of my life, I might end up in a grave. I love BoJack Horseman, but fuck, man. That's for specific days. Oh fuck, I'll lose my sleeping show. That is so true. I cannot pick Family Guy. My bedtime story. I'll just deal with it. She gave up Family Guy. Does one show to only watch for the rest of your life include the fandom content as well? Like, can I also consume only the fandom content? Because, yeah, then definitely One Piece. Eh. That's a great emote. Thank you for that. It is what I look like right now. Guys, everyone send Kappa. You're safe, Zim. I think most people... Never mind. We got one. I think most people have either gone to bed or they are falling asleep, or I am their secondary source of entertainment. I made everyone scream and then everyone immediately passed out. On at work, yeah, there you go. You're playing The Sims in parallel? I'm not playing, I'm working. I want to play. I actually don't like The Sims, so... Damn, everyone came out of the woodworks. Zim, I know, but there's only so many times you can make them woohoo before it gets boring, and there's only so many times you can kill them in interesting ways until that also gets boring. I just don't have that Sims like brain, because Sims is just, it's cultivating, you know? And it's kind of just doing the same thing over and over again with no real objectives. And as you guys know, that just drives me nuts. Milkshake, that's so beautiful. Actually, Milkshake, I keep thinking about what you said to me. Hang on, I gotta open that chat again. About Alabasta. What Milkshake said was, Alabasta hit them incredibly hard when first experiencing it. Particularly with everything that's been happening with America in recent times. Watching Vivi break to tears in that bell tower, beg her people to stop fighting, knowing that an evil bastard has turned them against each other while he takes over her kingdom. I don't think I need to explain why that hit the way it did. And you sure as hell, like, I can't stop thinking about that ever since you brought that up. Because it's like, yeah, fuck, that is kind of what's happening. That is what's happening, isn't it? That evil bastard is just taking over. Well, everyone is yelling, stop fighting. God. But yeah, good spot with that. This is why One Piece just will age wonderfully. Because One Piece's stories just will continue to make an impact at any point in time. The only time One Piece's story will not make an impact is when the world has reached peace. And that's just not gonna happen. Well, I'd love for it to happen, but in our lifetimes, that's probably not gonna happen, you know what I mean? One Piece arcs are great because a lot of them can be personal due to the way they're written, just to be realistic, you know, for different reasons, for different people. That's why Shirahoshi, I'm very defensive, protective of Shirahoshi. And Boa Hancock as well. Well, the only way One Piece couldn't relate to you is if you've just never faced conflict in your life ever. So I suppose if you were a rich Nepo baby, One Piece would not have any kind of relation for you. I can relate to the dragons. Woo. Elon Musk would not think he's Shamrock. Are you fucking kidding me? He'd think he's like fucking Shanks or Luffy or some shit. Nah, he wouldn't pick Frankie because he thinks he's like a hottie. He thinks he's a hottie in a hot body. Conventionally hot, not Frankie hot. Where is the slaves? So true, Papa, where are his slaves? Mama Mad Dog. What was on the menu for the little dogs today? Chili and cornbread. Damn, that sounds good. Do you guys have a character that you want to like save from degenerates? Usually they're like women characters. Do you know what I'm talking about? I'll give you an example. Misa. Misa from Death Note. I want to save her. The most horrible, annoying, incel fucking men in the world are all over her, and I'm like, I'll get Misa, I gotta get you out of there. You don't belong in there, I gotta get you out of there. I feel like that about Boa Hancock too. Sometimes there's a specific kind of man that likes her, and I'm like, you can goon to her and still understand her. I didn't get on with the Teen Titans phase. I didn't have it on my TV. I was like that with iCarly too. I missed a lot of the iconic kids shows because I just didn't have cable. Luckily, I got Avatar: The Last Airbender. I'm gonna get some pasta. I'll be back. It won't take long. It's just being put in the microwave so you guys can look at the Sanji shrine while I do this. Milkshake, the One Piece community is nice when you know where to look. I say this about every fandom. Every single fandom is bad, and every single fandom is good. Like, I have been in many fandoms in my life. They're all horrible, but they're also all fantastic. You just have to, like, find your peers and reside within your peers. And then suddenly you're having a great experience. For as big as One Piece is, it is surprising how okay it is. But in saying that, there's still just some of the worst, most horrible people ever that's into it. But again, it's every fandom. I only read the officials. You have a great name, by the way. Only here for your dog. I only read the officials. And that is, for me, Sunday night, Monday morning. I don't know what it is in non-Australian time. Yeah, sorry, I only have a cat. If I had a dog, I'd show you the dog. Ever since I found out the leaks had Zoro telling Usopp to shut up on the bridge in Elbaf, that's when I was like, I am so fucking glad I am not reading the leaks. I'm sticking to my guns. Bro, a gender piece is Sanji as a cheerleader. On a cute little cheerleader outfit with pom-poms. It sounds delightful. Oh yeah, Viz still make questionable decisions. But I still stand by it's going to be phenomenally less biased than the leaks will be regarding agenda, right? They are certainly more professional when it comes to, like, Viz. No, Flamingo, I get it. I'm not saying Viz is perfect, but I'm saying when it comes to, like, the professionalism, there's definitely one that's more professional, and it's not the leaks. The leaks have just, they have the, like, the way they translated Sanji sometimes makes him sound like creepier. And it's like, the fuck are you doing? I remember like the time when he talked to Nami about what Rodo did to her. And it made Sanji sound like he was upset that he didn't do that to her. But in the officials, it was Sanji upset that that happened to her. It was like weird as fuck, and it's like, why did you translate it like that? But look, you have to admit, adding Zoro saying shut up to Usopp on the bridge is just shocking. That's like crazy behavior. Like, oh my god. Just get over it. They're just like, oh my god, Usopp's telling Zoro what to do. I gotta make him say shut up. And he doesn't say anything close to that. No, they don't have it out for Usopp. They have it out for people telling Zoro what to do. Especially Usopp. Again, that's that first mate agenda. Which I just hate. I just hate it. Hierarchy agenda. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah, it pisses me off that I can't read One Piece in Japanese. Because I'm told by my Japanese friends, you just miss a lot. And I'm like, I know I miss a lot. I know I do. Whoa! That was scary. Luna PN art if you want to know the subtext. Interesting. I may have a looky-loo. There's Scary. Hello, hello. Milkshake of Doom, I know exactly what you're talking about. Exactly what you're talking about. Because I thought I was going to fucking hate Usopp. I thought he was going to be annoying. Because the way the fandom talks about him is he's annoying. And I was shocked at how much I liked him. And how sweet I thought he was. I felt that with Zoro too. I mean, Luffy as well. Luffy and Zoro really felt that with, but Usopp in particular, I was like, damn. And Nami, of course. I was shocked at how good Nami was. But Usopp really stood out. And then, of course, in came the life-changing boulder that crushed me after Usopp. We shall not name him. No! It gives him power. Mihawk superfan. Fuck, I want Mihawk's backstory. That is something I do really want. Because it just... someone surely betrayed him. I really like Mihawk. So I'm just like... I want to know more! I want to know more. My Choiz is getting pulled. There we go. What if What if Mihawk's backstory was he liked a girl? Would that be disappointing? I think it would be. I truly hope it's Mihawk had a boy best friend. And he traveled and everything with this boy best friend. And the boy best friend betrayed him because he became the Master Swordsman. And that's why Mihawk sits on his lonely throne. Like, if it's Mihawk had to kill a friend because that friend stabbed him in the back, I'm slurping it up. Mama Mad Dog, you might be cooking. I mean, is there an indication that Crocodile knows about Mihawk's past? Because he does specifically reach out to Mihawk and say, you're like me, you don't trust people. What's happened between them? Maybe Shanks did something to him. Maybe Shanks was the only happiness he had. And then Shanks lost his fucking arm and Mihawk went, great! Now I can't trust anyone again. You asshole. It is so funny that the people from Shanks' past who are like his age, Mihawk and Buggy, they're just pissed off with him. Like, and they're kind of just pissed off with him because he's just being a guy. But he's pissing them off. I had the worst possible storyline ever in my head for Crocodile just then. And for Whitebeard and Crocodile. What if... Dude, this is not a theory. I'm just saying this is the worst possible thing that could happen. What if Crocodile was a woman, wanted to be on Whitebeard's crew? Whitebeard said, no, you're a woman. So Crocodile transgenders, thank you for the sub. And then Whitebeard's transphobic. And that's why Crocodile hates them. Not happening! But if I were to write dog shit backstory, that would be it. That would take the dog shit cake. Whitebeard transphobic theory. The mold got to Whitebeard. No, Frankie could have another flashback. I wish. Damn. You reminded me of an image when you said that. More so a gif. You saying I wish made me picture this seal. I wish. Hop. Hey, TD King, what's a TD stand for? Todoroki? Torodeku? Oh, it's your name. Turn the Todd. I like how you came out of lurking for transphobic Whitebeard. It was truly compelling. Tone deaf. Tuberculosis. Sounds like you got a day sorted out. Fuck, I want to rewatch BoJack Horseman. It's that time of year. That time of year to think about things and think about my life through a depressed horse. Alright, you're in the 90s. I should rewatch Tuca and Birdie actually. It's been way too long since I've watched Tuca and Birdie actually. But that shit will make me cry. Oh. What's been horsing around? I consistently say, what are you doing here? And no one knows because no one watches BoJack Horseman in my circle. I reread One Piece per fucking video at this point. Writing notes about One Piece is a trap. Because then I'm like, whoa, this is fire. Wait, I gotta keep reading. I did watch Centaur World. I didn't watch the second season because I heard it was kind of bum. I know the Big Les show and I've seen clips from it. I even have a meme of it. Maybe I should give it a chance then. Oh yeah, milkshake. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. How many hours do I have on One Piece? I don't fucking know. Hi, Ari. Go back to studying. Oh, Flamingo, that's an oomph. And sometimes they swarm with the other oomphs and they say OMG pink hair. It's an inside joke, I'm afraid. That is no longer inside. Now I say this so seriously, and I'm not trying to be demeaning. How can one watch One Piece and then get into something like Naruto or Hero Academia after? Because I always say the fact I gave Naruto and Hero Academia the chances I did and I didn't like them, and then I watched One Piece. If I had watched One Piece first, I would have been out of those other two animes a lot sooner, because I would have been like, nah, it's not doing anything. Like, what is the appeal? Maybe I'm just fucking One Piece brained, but it's like, I can't imagine getting into One Piece and then getting into Naruto after One Piece. It just feels hollow, you know? I feel like it would make me go crazy. One Piece is just unfair. Some people have different tastes. I suppose so. I feel like that about Jujutsu Kaisen as well. A lot of people tell me to watch it and it's like, guys, I know it's gonna drive me fucking mental in a bad way. Because I've watched One Piece. Well, in all fairness, 1,000 chapters is not that bad. Because think of a book series, right? Like... Overall, I just looked this up. In total, there are 4,100 pages of Harry Potter in the entire series. They're after me. And it's like, so people are fine with like reading a 6-book series. They're like, yeah, that's not paneled, by the way, because the reason the volumes are so thick for One Piece is because, of course, it's drawn, right? So, they're fine with reading a 6-book series that has ultimately more pages, but when it comes to One Piece, it's like, no, that's just too long to read. And it's like, I think people severely underestimate like a big book series, you know what I mean? Like, I think a book series is just as long as One Piece currently. Especially when you can carry it on your phone. Exactly. Like, by the time we get to Arlong Park, we're at chapter like 90 something. Sorry, my bad, that's Logue Town. Oh, but Arlong Park, yeah. Arlong Park ends chapter 95. So already we're nearly 100 chapters in. And we're not even at the Grand Line. But of course, like, it doesn't feel, when you're reading it, it doesn't feel like you've just read 95 chapters. Yeah, I keep getting asked about Book Talk for obvious reasons. Are the Book Talk girlies gonna find me? Can they please find me? Girls, I want to talk with you. I need to make a YouTube short to be like, Book Talk girls, come to me. The only reason I haven't made shorts yet is because I'm trying to focus on getting this done. Because this is a long video. Mama Magnificent Dog. Actually, people that will watch all of Doctor Who and not watch One Piece, you have no fucking excuse. No excuse. Excuse me. I say this as someone who liked Doctor Who in my youth, by the way. What's your excuse? That's what I thought. Doctor Who is more, episodic though. Like, some episodes are their own episodes and other episodes are an arc. They started a YouTube channel just to talk about One Piece, actually. Ladies! Ladies, find me! Please! It's my courting call. It is. Because I know we could shut up a storm. I left all my One Piece analysis at that place. Ugh. I wonder what they think about first mates. Scratching my chin. A new era has truly come up with One Piece. I have to make a short to entice the book talk girls. I have to. Please. I just want to say Zoro and Sanji equals without getting my fucking ass blasted. It's all I want to say, you know? Yes, Skypea favorites. Alright, hang on. I gotta put my bowl away. Oh, no, sorry. I got crazy splashback from the sink. I forget how strong, because like I've only been living here for like just under 2 weeks now. I think that makes sense. Hang on. Maybe it's been 2 weeks. Yeah, I've been living here for 2 weeks now. And I forget how strong the water pressure is on the taps. So I turned it to full and it just went scared me. Wish me karate. Ah, Curse of Ra! I don't like spiders, but they don't really scare me. Whole Cake Island had too many like panty dropping moments. Jinbei particularly has some crazy fucking panty dropping moments. When he first appears in Impel Down, and he's like, nah, I'm not fighting Whitebeard, fuck the Marines. Okay, Jinbei. When he's like, Luffy, take me with you. Okay, Jinbei. When he's like, Luffy, remember what you have. Okay, Jinbei. When he appears again in Whole Cake Island and he does the sake cups thing with Big Mom. Okay, Jinbei. When he says to Luffy, I'm gonna stay behind to fight off Big Mom, and Luffy says, remember, you're a Straw Hat now, I'm your captain. And Jinbei says, yes, captain. Okay, Jinbei. And one of the absolute best ones, when he appears again in Wano. I'll never fucking forget that, because I actually jumped out of my seat. Because I wasn't expecting Jinbei to appear in that moment. He just fucking arrived, and I went, ah! Yeah, Jinbei! Oh my god. It was so fucking cool. Also, when he fights Who's Who, and he says, Fishman racism in the current year. Oh my god, that was so good. An actual joke. That's a great name. My advice is just do it. While you do have to prioritize how your community does feel at times, if you do that all the time, you're going to be miserable. The reason as a content creator you can keep up what you're doing is because you're enjoying what you're talking about. Sorry, my eye's itchy. Like, you just have to bite the bullet and you have to make what you want to make. It's tough though, because you're still going to get people going, I miss your old content. I miss when you made like other content. Like, I still get people commenting, can you go back to Yu-Gi-Oh? Can you go back to your old content? And I just don't know what to tell them. I'm just talking about currently what inspires me and what makes me happy. What I'm interested in. Content's gonna change. That's just what's gonna happen. Oof. Well, here's the thing. You can be scared of alienating your current community, that's true, but here's the other problem. If you just stick to what you think your community wants you to do, you're gonna lose your passion and then they're gonna feel that. Like, if you keep doing what your community think you need to do, eventually you're gonna get sick of what you're creating and your own content. And then it's like, you're gonna burn out either way. So it's just better to make what is in your head, you know? What you desperately want to make and want to talk about. It's what you should be doing. I mean, I'm lucky I have not hit any kind of burnout with this yet. I'm sure it'll happen one day. But I also have confidence that when I talk about another series that I'm sure I will fall in love with, I'm sure my audience will also want to watch those too. Not everyone, of course. Not everyone's going to come with me, but you tend to pick up more people as you go. Yeah, I get a lot of sponsorship offers. And a lot of them suck. A lot of them are AI ad. And it's like, please. I don't want to get money from... Everything's fucking AI. Everything. Every single fucking thing. It's why I'm very loyal to Nord, because I use NordVPN daily. And I don't have to fucking promote AI. Luffy is shellfish. I won't let you down. What do you mean? Serious? That wasn't Nord, by the way. I believe that was Atlas, who got acquired by Nord, which is why I now do Nord. And I remember thinking, that's good because I use Nord. Actually, oh my god, I got a comment regarding NordVPN and Israel. Like, NordVPN, like, supports Israel or some shit. And I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? And I looked it up, and do you want to know what I found out? Every fucking VPN company except for NordVPN, like, operates in Israel. So basically, Israel own a ton of VPN companies, except for Nord. So this person clearly got something twisted and commented that because they thought that was the truth. And I replied to them, something clearly has gone wrong here because Nord is not owned by Israel. Like, they're one of the only VPN companies that are not based in and owned by Israel. Which is, like, obviously a good thing. Nord, I believe, is, I think, Scandinavian? Where are they? I looked it up, they were, like, Swedish or some shit. It sounds like something AI would get wrong. I think it might have been. But the comment shocked me because I was like, I swear, because every time I get my, my sponsor money from them, I have to fill out like a little pay thing, right? And I have to fill out their address. And it's in, Jesus Christ. And I can tell you this, it's not in Israel. So I just replied to them like, hey, you're wrong, but I understand the concern. Anyway, I'm sorry I love Nord. I'm quite loyal to Nord. They're still a company though, but I fuck with them. Son of Luffy hearing this free food. Facebook? I have not used Facebook for a long time. But you know how kids have like brain rot content, like horrible brain rot content. Facebook is that, but for adults. I scrolled through Facebook like 3 days ago, and I was like, this is just unbelievable slop. Not just slop, but heavy propaganda. Like, of just news articles and headlines that are just reactionary and false. And I was like, it's disgusting, genuinely. And I'm like, no wonder, like, adult, like, middle-aged people are just going insane. Facebook is just a slop house now. Bye-bye. Stayed for gym. Identified as Vivi. I still want to get a Vivi tattoo on my other shoulder. I just know there's going to be another art or another panel that I'm going to love. So I'm waiting.
Howdy do, boys!
Oh, they weren't even following me this whole time. There is an imposter among us. Good night. Look how much we've chipped away. Woo! How much is left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're getting there. We're getting there. Ugh. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. I don't know if this is the final stretch per se, but I can sure try. Sorry, I'm having a bit of a rest. My eyes hurt a little bit. I'm just looking at my messages. I talked about cow tools on Instagram, and my friend just messaged me and said, "Can you make a video that captures the essence of this?" And you know what? Maybe I should. Maybe I should make a video only on cow tools. There's a trendy food happening right now. It's called an onion boil. And it looks so fucking good that it's pissing me off because I really want to try it. But it's just like onion butter and a sauce. But it's sickening how much I want to try it. A lot of One Piece TikTokers welcome very warmly to the BookTok girlies and to the OP community. Aw. Oh yeah, BookTok community is fucking crazy. It's insane, I've seen it. Also, I know I like One Piece TikTokers. Don't get me wrong. Like, it makes sense that they exist, but why did I not even think about that being something that exists until now? Like, do you understand what I'm saying? One Piece TikTokers. I didn't even think about that existing until now, but of course they exist, right? One Piece TikTokers. What do they do? Sorry, is that rude? No, I mean, you know, like, I'm sure they have good content. But what is the... Do they edit Zoro going, oh, or something? Like, what do they do? I do that, actually. The fuck am I talking about? I, like, actively do that. Oh, they warned the BookTok girls. Okay. No, I'm sure they're nice. But what's the content? Short form chapter reviews. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. They make theories? Okay. I am understanding. Ah. Oh, I do know the artists and editors and cosplayers, yeah. I fuck with the editors heavy. Obvious, like, you know. My editing is quite basic compared to what, like, real flashy editors can do. The One Piece community would be more welcoming if they found me. I will take them in. Ah, that makes sense, Quasar. Oh my god, we need this video more than ever. I actually hurt myself by doing that. Oh my god, that's what I get. That's what I get. Ow! Yow! Man, I do have to get on it. Oh, they don't start from the LA. It's just because I'm not on TikTok. Cruel world? Well, I try to be. Zim, I do need TikTok because my job is social media. I'll be left behind. I was making TikToks. Yeah, I was cross-posting. Someone said, can you upload your shorts to Instagram Reels as well? And I'm like, Instagram Reels is where real people follow me. Like, that's my Facebook Instagram. That would be so embarrassing. I can't do that. Caesar. I say Caesar very formally. Caesar. 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 Why the fuck do I say it like that? Who do I think I am? Caesar. Seize her! Sorry, oh my god, I'm going bonkers. I hate audio editing! I hate it! Release me! I guarantee you people are walking by out there and they definitely just heard that. And they're going, damn, what's happening to Mickey Mouse in there? Lola! The longer I edit, the more surely, like, the slow, like, it's gradual. But I gradually and surely turn... No. Okay, we're live. I surely and gradually turn into the shining stare. You know? The Kubrick stare. How do I not have this on hand? That's shocking. Majority of you know what this is, but the longer I edit, the more I look like this. You guys see it, right? That's what happens to me. By the way, Zootopia 2 had a Shining reference, and I was apparently the only person in the theater that understood it. Because I was laughing my ass off, and no one else was, and I was like... Cinema's fucking dead! It's dead! Many links. In another life, I'd be a book talk girl, I think. I'm just a bit too weeb adjacent. But I do be reading books. I couldn't finish Jurassic Park for the fucking life of me. Mama Mad Dog was in here, and she said she couldn't do it because of all the science mumbo jumbo, and I was like, pfft. I've got a bigger brain. I don't have a bigger brain. That shit killed me. I couldn't do it. Mama was right, unfortunately. No, you're right. Like, it was just... Like, you... Sometimes when you read something, you can tell an author is, like, obsessed with, like, the over-explanation of, like, lore. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like... the Jurassic Park author's thing is like science. That's great. But it gets to a point where it's like, just get to the fucking dinosaurs, man! I get it! 100 billion megashits per teraflops. We've created homunculuses and zygotes of mitochondria. Shut up! Just get to the fucking dinosaurs! It was just on and on and on, and it's like, shut up, just shut up. Just shut up, get to the dinos. I felt crazy. Not just the dinosaurs, like, but the story itself. Sometimes it felt like the story would come to a standstill because this guy just had to explain the science. And it's like, this is like shonen power explaining. You know how one of the things I hate the most in shonen is when they just over-explain what their power does and over-explain what they're doing? It was like that, but Jurassic Park science. And I was like, for the love of God. The terror shits. I do not like Hunter x Hunter. No, I don't. Sorry, everyone. It was also like, it felt like people at the beginning of that book were just idiots. I just felt like they were idiots. A little girl, I genuinely thought maybe this is a world where people don't know dinosaurs exist. I was like, it has to be. It's not. Dinosaurs are like known in Jurassic Park world. And a little girl saw a raptor, didn't know it was a raptor. Because apparently girls don't know what dinosaurs are, but little boys do. And I was like, for fuck's sake. She drew the raptor, fucking no one knew what it was until a mum with 2 little boys was like, haha, that's a dinosaur. And I was like, sexism's everywhere! It's fucking everywhere! A little girl would know what a dinosaur is! She'd know! Don't piss me off! Jesus! Also, anyone would know what a fucking raptor looks like if we're in a world where dinosaurs are everywhere. Like, I was reading this side of the book like, they just must not have dinosaurs in this world or some shit. Not the case. And then there's this one guy that can, like, clone animals and genetically mutate animals and genetically engineer animals. And he's collecting a bunch of fossils and he's collecting a bunch of amber from the dinosaur ages. And every single fucking person in the book is like, well, what could he be doing? Use your brains! What do you mean, what could he be doing? The guy that is known for genetic engineering, bringing extinct animals back, is collecting dinosaur bones. And you can't hazard a guess what he's doing. The start of that book, it felt like everyone was a moron. And I was like, I feel like I'm actually going insane. Oddest thing I've watched and read and genuinely enjoyed. Recently, I watched Metropolis. And Metropolis had an ending that I didn't quite enjoy, but I did like it. For those who don't know, Metropolis is like the godfather, the founding father of sci-fi. It's a 1927 film. I think it was German, I don't know. This was Metropolis. Like, it's black and white, silent film. But this is like the sci-fi movie. Like, this is the root of sci-fi, this movie. And it was quite ahead of its time. And it was really good. The women are useless because women in old films are just they're just useless, but it was still good. It was still good fun. there was still commentary there about women being used to cause harm, and it's like the woman's image, like it's not actually the woman, she is being puppeted by men in power to cause discourse. And I was like, damn, hit that shit. That's probably the oldest movie I've watched that I enjoyed, only because it was honestly quite a marvel to be like, wow, like this, wow, this movie is old as fuck, and it's just incredible what they've done with it. Space Odyssey as well. Space Odyssey is just insane when you watch it, remembering that they hadn't gone to the moon by the time Space Odyssey was made. 2001 Space Odyssey. 1968. The reason I believe Kubrick is the one that is credited with faking the moon landing footage, not true by the way, is because of Space Odyssey. And it is actually insane. It's before green screen, by the way. Well, before like proper developed green screen. Green screen was still around, but not to the extent that we have today. And it's so fascinating hearing how a lot of the shots were done. It's truly like an art piece. Yeah, you have to watch 2001 Space Odyssey with the knowledge that this was filmed before we even got to the moon. And it's genuinely mind-boggling. And of course before like any AI as well. Because it's like, it's such a weirdly bittersweet, chilling scene when the robot in that movie is being shut down and it's singing the Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer, dude. Fun fact, by the way, the reason they have it sing that is because that song is the first thing they managed to get a computer to like do or some shit. Anyway, good film. Good film, it fucked me up. Mentally, it fucked me up. That's awesome bacon. The reason I'm very strong about this, you can like the art and not like the artist, is because of Kubrick films. It's very well known Kubrick did not treat his actors well. Like, it's incredibly well known, but I still love The Shining. I still think The Shining is an incredible film, but I do not condone the way the actors were treated in that film, right? Like, I still think that film could have been made without that pain. Yeah, Shelley Duvall. Fly High Shelley Duvall. Like, she was treated horribly in that movie. But I still love the movie. Again, this is why I always say, and this is why I hate this idea, separate art from artist. Okay, fine. But that doesn't mean you should be ignorant of who the artist is and what they've done. My issue with this separate art from artist argument that a lot of people have is they're like, separate art from artist, just don't look into anything of the artist. Just don't look into anything regarding what the artist has done, who the artist is, and it's like, you should separate art from artist while knowing who the artist is, what the artist has done, if pain was caused in the making of their art. Not from them, but to others, right? Like, that's still something you should know. And that's why I always say, if someone understands... Yeah, first song sung by an entirely synthesized voice, thank you. That's why the robot sung Daisy Daisy. But, because if you if someone knows what the artist has done and it makes them uncomfortable and it ruins all the works of the artist for them, that's totally understandable. That is acceptable. It's like a two-way street, you know what I mean? Like, if someone is like, they understand this piece of art is good, they just can't like it because it leaves a bad taste in their mouth, why the fuck are we pushing them? You know what I mean? I'm not gonna push someone to like Stanley Kubrick films because I think they're like art pieces because they didn't like the way Kubrick treated Shelley Duvall. I'm gonna totally understand that. But I feel like it should go the other way and be like, you shouldn't like that. I'm sorry, my brain, I like this piece of art, but I'm still going to acknowledge it should not, no one should have been hurt in the making of this art. You know? Like, we should just be shaking hands. But of course the irony is everyone has that. Everyone has some piece of media that was made probably by a piece of shit. And it doesn't then affect that media that they like made by the piece of shit, but you should care about the piece of shit. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Because everything's fucking problematic. Nearly everything made is made by someone, or like someone who was a piece of shit worked on the fucking thing. Like, my favorite movie ever is Coraline. While the movie wasn't made by Neil Gaiman, the book was. And yeah, we all know that story. Another one is Picasso. Picasso was a crazy piece of shit. Like, unbelievably one of the worst people ever. And again, we should know that when looking at his art. We shouldn't just ignore the things the man has done. Dolly was even worse. Ooh. How bad we talking? Milkshake of Doom. It's... I think maybe just look it up. I kind of don't... Yeah, probably look it up. I don't know if Picasso was mentally ill, but I know he was a piece of shit. Right, that's one, Trafalgar. Rurouni Kenshin. Like, I'm not gonna fault someone for liking it. But I am gonna fault someone for being like, I'm just gonna ignore what the author did and not think about that at all and continue supporting the author. I say with One Piece on my screen. Uh-huh. You all know. I talked about this last stream with Harry Potter. Just don't give money. I'm not going to tell Harry Potter fans to stop liking Harry Potter, but I am going to tell them to be aware of their piece of shit author and to probably not give her any money. At the same time, I'm so morbidly fascinated in Harry Potter because I just love how obvious it is through her books that she's so insane. The elves! The elves! I mean, there's such a huge theory that Kubrick was killed by people in power because of his Eyes Wide Shut movie, because I believe he died after that movie. He died in March 1999. I was born in March 1999. Guys, we might have had a soul swapping here. Hold the phone. My birth. It killed him. Massive heart attack. Yeah, there's a belief that powerful people killed him because of his Eyes Wide Shut movie. It's a good movie, by the way. Recommend watching it. The Eyes Wide Shut movie was quite literally about how much Kubrick hated Hollywood. He despised it. And he was pretty like, not at all chalant, like, you know what I mean? He was not at all scared to show what was really happening through this movie. And there's literally a part in the movie where a girl dies. She's clearly been murdered by the people in power, but they say, oh, it's like a drug overdose. Or it's like a heart attack. And then Kubrick died after the movie was released in his sleep of a heart attack. And honestly, I kind of believe those theories because I ain't trusting circles of power like that, especially not Hollywood. I'm not usually a tin foil hat person, but that one's pretty damning. But do watch Eyes Wide Shut. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer, do. I'm half crazy, oh, for the love of you. Yep, sounds about right, Flamingo. Hollywood actor or professional athlete on a plane, which one would be worse? What's the sport? That's, I think, important. If I had to sit next to a figure skater, rugby, okay, no, I'm sitting next to a Hollywood athlete. Listen, sorry, Hollywood athlete, a famous Hollywood person. Now listen, Hollywood people, especially Hollywood men, they're not good. However, male sports athletes continue to be some of the worst people I've ever fucking seen ever. And the issue is they always get away with it because no one cares. No one cares about what they do because they only care about, like, the fates of the sport. Right? The feats, whatever, of the sport. And it's like, I know that sounds like, oh, but Mel, separate art from artists. These athletes are treated like gods. They're treated like idols. Like, they're treated like walking gods on this earth. And it's like, and I'm like, some of these people are just horrible human beings. I feel like you can be like, yeah, they're a good player, but they're also just kind of a piece of shit. But their fans bat for them like crazy. I don't know. Listen, one of the reasons I have such a fear of sports and like sport like areas is because there's such a connection between like sports, misogyny, and transphobia to such a heavy extent. Like the fact that when the Super Bowl happens, domestic abuse goes up by a ridiculous amount, and it's like, it just doesn't feel healthy. It doesn't feel healthy. I think a lot of people, especially men, should be required to get into one emotional soft thing before they get into sports. Are you understanding? I think every man should be required to go to therapy before they get into a sport. Maybe cricket is the only one that might be normal because it's so boring. But I think cricket people are crazy too. They're getting into sports as kids. Okay, get them into therapy immediately. They are insane. Okay, never mind. I've just never really encountered them because I try not to. But like, you see riots on the streets because of sports stuff that happens, and it's like, is it this serious? It just cannot be. Like, imagine if we went out and rioted because of One Piece. Not with One Piece being involved, like Nepal, but because of One Piece. Maybe we fucking should. Maybe we are not doing enough. Maybe we should have gone out and rioted when Ace died. Perhaps we should have done that. Maybe we should have gone out and rioted when Gear 5 happened. National holiday, Jesus. I don't know. Sports is not a big part of my life, so I look at sports and I'm like, how is it that serious? Look, I've always had this. To be fair, this isn't even a theory. This is just something that's happened. I've got a kind of a begrudging nature against sports because sports is one of the things that continue to hold back like progression of trans and women's like equality consistently. Like, it's insane that you talk about like transphobia and you talk about the issues that trans people go through, and then you get a, okay, but they shouldn't be in sports. Oh my god. And it's like, people basically argue around their transphobia with butt sports. Or they argue around, like, women are more submissive, look at sports. And it's like, I feel like I'm going insane. The gender discussion around sports is so backwards. It actually makes me crazy. And you know what I always say to them? I say, so why aren't we weight classing every sport? Why are we not weight and height classing every single sport? Because I always tell people, it is not fair that it's just men and women. That's not fair. Like, that is an unfair thing to do, because you could be, like, are you telling me that a guy who is 5 foot, I don't know, 5'7" can go up against a guy that's like 6'4", and it's totally fine because those are both guys? How in the fucking world is that in any way fair? Right? It's just ridiculous. And it's like, because like in rugby as well, like a lot of people do not have the chance to play these sports because they simply did not have the body to be able to play these sports. They were not born with the physical ability to be phenomenal at the sport because they're not fucking 6'5" and 1,000,000 kilograms. The rules that are theoretically fair. It's just, I don't understand why we are not weight and height classing every single sport. Like, why are we not doing that? And every time I ask people that, I never get a good answer. It's always, oh, but. And it's like, there's no answer for it. You want the answer? The answer is because they don't want to non-gender sports. Like, they enjoy the fact that sports is gendered. And they don't want it. Like, they cannot imagine a world where it is not gendered. They just can't. It's not something they can imagine. And it actually drives me nuts. And it's been proven that, like, one of the reasons for why we gender sports is because men can't fucking handle losing. Shooting used to be a mixed gendered sport. Makes sense. Why wouldn't it be a mixed gendered sport? A woman won, suddenly it becomes gendered. Are we seeing what I'm fucking saying here? Because it can't be that way. It has to be men versus men and women versus women. It just has to be. I just think it's so, like, caveman. Like, it feels like sports are, like, stuck in, like, the fucking BCs. And it's like, how have we not updated this system? I feel crazy about it. I actually feel insane about it. And they want to avoid watching women's sports, yeah. It's like F1 drivers. And I remember asking my friend, why in the world are F1 drivers like all men? Like, why can't there be women F1 drivers? And she was like, oh, there's something about like the muscles in the necks or something. That's bullshit. That's like tale as old as time. Women can't do this thing because men have something that inherently makes them better at doing the thing, so women can't be part of it. I cannot tell you guys how bullshit that shit is. Don't get me wrong. There are still like sex differences. That is still a thing sometimes. But not in something like fucking car racing. Not something where you drive a car, and where you should, by the way, be small and light to drive these cars. That's an advantage. But for some reason, it's not a woman-dominated sports. And the misogyny that these people have for women go backwards, because it's like, hang on a minute, so you're saying women are naturally smaller and lighter and weaker, but when it's a sport about being smaller and lighter, that still has to be something men are the best at. Like, what are we fucking doing here? It's just bizarre. It is so weird. But of course, here's the true answer Because I remember video games, by the way, esports are gendered. And I was wondering why esports were gendered, and I talked to my friend about it who has done esports, and she said the reason esports are gendered is because the men are just fucking horrible. They're horrible to the women. They bully them out of the spaces. If there were not gendered spaces in esports, no woman would want to do it because they get horribly degraded. And that's why F1 is the same. Because when you are a woman that enters a male-dominated space or a male-dominated field, they try and kick you out. They try and make you fuck out of there. They will degrade you. They will bully you. They will, like, just harass you because they don't want you in their man space. And that's why there are so many, like, there's barely any women F1 drivers because they are not given the ability nor the chance. And they also don't want to have to face that kind of shit. It's just horrible. Anyway, sorry, sports is such a hot topic for me because I just feel like I'm talking to cavemen sometimes. Like, oh, but trans people shouldn't compete. Okay, so why isn't everything weight classed and height classed? And then I genuinely get no answer that's good enough. None. But because I just don't get any answer. Like, why isn't basketball the 5 foots to the 6 foots? You know what I mean? Like, why is it men and women? Don't piss me off. I'm sorry, women. It is what it is. I truly believe once sports stops being gendered, we will progress rapidly. Because sports has a chokehold on the world. It's such a crazy industry. Sci-fi Wonderland. It's not even a joke. I mean, I think like that with cricket as well. I honestly don't know why cricket is gendered. There's not much of a difference in what you're doing. I thought softball was a different sport. Wait, are you for real? I thought those were two different sports. I don't know, man. I think of things like soccer as well, or football for the non-Americans and non-Australians, and I also wonder, why is that gendered? Like, how much difference is there in running and kicking with leg? I'm not quite sure. But yeah, Sarah was telling me when she played rugby. Softball's just girl baseball? Fuck, I didn't know that. Sarah was telling me when she played rugby, you could be put up against someone who was 2 to 3 times your size, and that's just fine. Like, that's just fair. Sorry. Get decimated, and it's like, why? Just because they're both the same gender? That's just totally okay. All right. also like the sports One Piece color spreads. It was really funny. Oda once drew like an Olympic color spread or some shit, and Sanji was swimming. Like he made him a swimmer, and I was like, I guess. I was expecting like soccer or something, but yeah, sure, I guess he's a good swimmer. Hello. Oh, by the way, the reason I know that thing, it's like, oh, because women have different stuff in their body, like, and that means they can't compete at the same level. My dad used to be in the Air Force, and this is why I know this is just bullshit. He told me that when he was in the Air Force, when he was younger, they didn't have any women flying planes, right? And when he asked why, they said, oh, because women just don't have, like, the grip strength or some shit. And he said, we knew it was bullshit because we were flying the planes. And it's like, there's no way you have to specifically be male born to have to do this. So it's just a tale as old as time. Every time you hear that kind of thing, be incredibly wary, because it tends to just be excuses. Bye-bye. Whoa! Oh, fuck, I didn't think about that. Wait, that makes us superior swimmers, because then we swim faster, because what if there's a shark behind us at all times? So actually, we're really good at swimming. Look how bright my room is. Jesus. I remember looking this up on Reddit, by the way. I literally asked a question. Like, I asked, why are all sports not height and weight class? And someone on Reddit asked it. And they had the same thing. A lot of people kept giving their reasons. And the person on Reddit was like, but why does that stop everything from being weight and height class? Same thing happened to me. No one had an actual answer that wasn't just because men and women, because bread tastes better than key. It was the exact same thing. Isn't misogyny just the funniest and most hypocritical thing in the world? Women are both, like, useless because of their periods, but they are also scared of blood, but they get periods. Now wait a minute. 1 + 1 = 3? You gotta stop saying cookie in the chat because my mind is going to different places. What did you say, Flamingo? How was the cookie? And I had to double take that because I was like, oh. Sorry. I'm a filthy little freak. Well, you know what's funny? Like, don't get me wrong. Again, there are still, like, I'm not insane. There are still differences within sexes. But every time this women are naturally frailer and weaker thing, and it's like, okay, how about you be brought up in a society where it is discouraged for you to gain weight, to gain muscle, to be strong, and then see how strong the majority of your population looks. You know? I'd sure love to see that. Because that's what gets me, right? Oh, men are naturally bigger, blah, blah. There are actually many women out there that are naturally more muscular and naturally bigger than a lot of other men out there. But we don't see that because women are constantly told to starve themselves and to be small and to not gain upper body weight, just big fat asses. So, you know, it is what it is. Also, the women are naturally smaller and fragile thing. I don't know how to tell you this. There's also a... There's a racism in that too. There's a real racism in that as well. That's very Western white. Incredibly so. Powerlifter, fuck yeah. Western white, yeah. Actually, have you seen the actress for Everything Everywhere All at Once? I didn't know this, but she used to work with Jackie Chan. Oh, she was on movies with Jackie Chan, and the shit she said about him, she's just awesome. She's just awesome because she was like talking about him and she was like, Jackie Chan's just a chauvinistic pig. And then she explained why. And he was like, women should not be doing stunts, women should not be doing martial arts. So she kept fucking one-upping him. She kept one-upping him. And I bet it killed him when she got that Oscar. I bet it just ate him up inside. I keep seeing her do this thing where she's like Madame Marvel. When you think about it, Madame Marvel, flip it around, Wicked Witch. I don't know why she's doing that, but you know, keep saying it, girl. Loki, is he alive? I like how it sounds like Michelle killed him. Yes, he's alive. They're scary. Yeah. But see, Monsieur Flamingo, that's a bit kind because I like actually watched the interviews. And she ends it with, oh, well, you know, but we're friends. But she's clearly holding back because she, like, when she said he's a male chauvinistic pig, she clearly was thinking, should I be saying this? Like, I have a feeling she doesn't feel that fondly of him, but she obviously can't really disclose that fully. Because in the interview, she does not sound very, very kind. Because I can tell you now, being like, aha, we're friendly. He just has like old school views. That 100% pisses her off. Like, that is not something, especially in her profession, that she wants to laugh off. But she'd have to. Because Jackie Chan's huge. Like, imagine if I was friends with someone in my profession and they're like, women shouldn't be editing. Women shouldn't be writing essays. And I'm like, like, no fucking way. Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, he's a deadbeat dad. Yeah, he's not a very good person. He's beloved in the West, but he's not a very good person. Meat on the bone. No, it's pain au chocolat. Bro, he might get me when he hears I've said all this. Yeah, his movies are still fun. Have you seen that reel that's like, this is Jack, my son. Haha, Michael Jackson. That's not what I... Ah! That's also in my head. This is Jack, my son. Michael Jackson. Ah! Sorry, I'm just spouting nonsense. Because when you think about it, flip it around. Wicked Witch. I don't have the tiny pink microphone anymore. Guys, it broke. How sad is that? I think I got a better one, I think. I screamed into it too much. What my hair's doing? Jesus. One Piece. One Piece. It was trying its best. It was the little microphone that could. I think I can. I think I can. Guys, stop watching other One Piece people. My opinions are the only thing you should see. So stop watching other people and forming different opinions. Sorry. How dare you? This is a joke. Oh my god. This is a joke! That would be very doffy of me if I did say that. Zoro and oil? He should be naked and drenched in it while he twerks. Dragon! Oh my god. Dragon gave us a true. I'm never gonna beat my sponsor of Akuma NordVPN. I'm afraid I was seamless with that one. This is pissing me off. Oh my god. There we go. I don't speak ill of any One Piece content creator. You guys know this. Because I personally do not know them. And I also don't watch the content. So there's nothing for me to say. I can only speak good of the ones I do know, which is Jork Show, Mama Jork, and Gooby. Yeah, her pearl hatred. I don't quite understand where that comes from. Pearl wasn't fantastic, but in terms of trash, I wouldn't put Pearl as the worst. She hated him right away. I fucked with that. She knew immediately what she felt about him. Pearl from Steven Universe, no. Pearl from Baratier. It's over, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it over? It's over, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it over? You won and he chose you. I'm sorry, she chose you. And she loved you and she's gone. It's over, isn't it? Why can't I move on? This image is just so whimsical. Every time I look up, I'm filled with joy. I feel like Luffy. Yo! Has the character that I've been, because everyone is mentioning other content creators and a character they hate, is mine seriously Shiki? Like, would you go into someone else's stream and say MelonTeee hates Shiki? That's mine? Okay, I guess I'll take it. It's unreasonable. It is unreasonable. It is. I don't think it's unreasonable when I knew it was Gabon the whole time and these bums kept telling me, nah, it's Shiki Trust. I don't think that's unreasonable. The best character in Strong World was the farting clown. I unfortunately laughed every time he was on screen. It always caught me off guard. We'll spread the word. I'll spread the word. I don't think Caesar's bad. I quite like Caesar. Shirorororororo. I want to talk about one of the worst fucking characters ever, but they were bad on purpose. Vanderdecken. Now, he was supposed to just be the biggest fucking piece of shit ever. I stand by. Oda did not want us to like him in any way, and went out of his way to make him as unfucking likable as humanly possible. Like, there are characters that Oda creates that I can feel he does not want us to even think about this character in any kind of kind way. Vanderdecken falls under it. I firmly believe Judge also falls under it. Considering Judge got absolutely no redemption at the end of Whole Cake Island, like none, I think Oda wanted us to just fucking despise him. Absalom died, lol. Scary. Look at this fucking guy on the ground here. Charlos, St. Charlos as well. I disagree about Sommers. I think Sommers has some appeal. Like, he's entertaining. I unfortunately quite like Sommers, not like that as an antagonist. I think Sommers is very, very enthralling. Sommers is cartoonishly evil, exactly. I love that shit. It's funny when it's like, this is cartoonishly evil, and then I read, like, what actual super rich people are doing, and it's cartoonishly evil, and I'm like, I think we have to stop using the word cartoonishly evil. Unfortunately, rich people just do this shit. Like, they are just this bad. And you know why? Because people say cartoonishly evil, and then that kind of removes the fact that this is what people be doing. Like, the rich people are actually this bad. We should say they're rich people evil, not cartoonishly evil. Games. I think the Marine Admirals are supposed to be interesting. Akainu, I do not believe is supposed to be likable. Kuzan, I think is supposed to be likable. Kizuru, I think is supposed to be mixed. But Kizuru is just, like, when he was crying in Egghead, I was like, ha! 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 Like, I don't give a fuck how you're feeling. This is your job, mate. Just quit, loser. Every time a Marine feels bad for themselves, I'm like, okay. Okay? How about you quit? Just quit your job. No, it was great character moments for Kizuru, but I could not believe people were sympathizing with him. The way I saw people sympathizing with him, I felt crazy. I was like, are you guys actually serious? He's doing below the bare minimum, and I'm meant to look at him and go, oh, you poor fucking guy. Literally brought it upon himself. No, I like Kizuru as a character. It's like Garp. I think Garp is kind of not the best person, but I think he's a good character. The funniest thing you can say to someone who defends the Marines is, why can't they just quit? And there it comes! Here comes the spiel about, oh, because they're really protecting people, and what else are they supposed to do, and how else are they supposed to help people? Why can't they just quit? Bro, it's a job. They can quit. Nah. Get the whiteboard. The best thing to say to them is, why can't they just quit and join the Revs if they want to help people? Oh, that really gets them going. That really gets them going. I always say to you guys, the Revolutionary Army is literally the smoking gun against the Marines. And with the way Oda set up Dragon with God Valley and his clear, like, anger towards Garp, he's supposed to be the smoking gun. He's supposed to be the, but Garp, you know? Look what your son's doing. Otherwise, why would he have had Dragon be in the Marines? And why would that incident at God Valley with his dad there have revolutionized him, radicalized him? And why would we get the panel of Dragon saying to Garp, you disgust me? Sorry, am I roboting? Was I? Okay, good, it's not me. Like I just always say to people, Dragon literally exists as the person who questions Garp. Like, Dragon exists as a contradiction to Garp. We are supposed to look at Dragon and then look at Garp and go, Garp, why can't you do more? Like, your son had nothing. He didn't have any power. And he created a revolutionary army out of nothing. You are the hero of the Marines with a butt-fuck ton of power, and apparently you can only work in silence, in subtlety. And that's the best you can do? Like, Dragon he literally exists. So we look at Garp and go, look what your son's doing. That's why this hate bonus for the Revolutionary Army, by the way, that exists within this fandom, that's why it exists. I very quickly realized that. That's why this hatred for Dragon doesn't do anything, which is narratively not fucking true. Otherwise, he would not have been the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, he would not be the most wanted man in the world. Dragon doesn't do anything, and of course, they're just saying that because he's doing a lot. But they can't admit he's doing a lot. Otherwise, he makes the Marines look bad. Right? That's why there's such a hate boner for the Revs, because the Revs make the Marines look horrid. And we can't admit to that. Not only Dragon, Kuma and Iva both did as much as they could to save people. It's so interesting. The people on God Valley with no power were the ones that became the Revolutionary Army and the ones that tried to save as many innocent people as they possibly could instantly. Saul is another one, exactly. Kuzan is also another one. But Kuzan, they think they have a way out because, oh, but he became an evil pirate, Blackbeard. And it's like, they don't understand that only further proves the danger of the Marines. Because I remember when I first joined this fandom and I was shocked at the dragon slander. I was like, what in the fucking world is the hate bone of a dragon? What is going on here? And it was just, oh, he doesn't do anything, he doesn't do anything, he doesn't do anything. And it's like, it's clear as day that he will end up doing... In the story, we will see him do something. He's just a huge piece, right? But he's clearly threatening if he's the most wanted man in the world and he's the leader of the Revs. It was just such a lack of media literacy that I was like stunned. I was stunned. That's why when there are people shocked at what Dragon did in God Valley and they're like, oh god, Dragon's doing stuff. It's like, what the fuck were you expecting? Were you genuinely expecting Dragon to just be a nobody and to do nothing for the whole story? Like, is that seriously what you were expecting? People that slandered Dragon, the only reason I can think of them slandering Dragon is because they're Marine Dick Riders. I can't think of any other reason. I just love when people go, the Marines help people. And I love saying to them, if the Marines help people like you claim they did, the Revs wouldn't exist. And without fail, it makes them go, buh, buh, buh. And it's like, yeah. That, like, the Revs exist because they are showing the flaws of the Marines. It's why they exist! It's why they exist. They literally started because Dragon was like, nah, the Marines are fucked. Dad, you disgust me. Like, come on. Isn't it crazy that the God Valley incident was so insane that even Roger was like, so you're quitting, right? Even Roger was like, this has got to be it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Zoro cutting magma. Oh, he can cut fire, not magma. Please. Please. Roger and Rox were both looking out for Garp. They were both like, why the fuck is Garp not a pirate? And they were right! They were right! One day I'll make a video about Garp, and holy fuck, I think that would be more controversial than the current video I'm making. Garp, join us! And raise children with us. Join the gay dad pirate crew. It keeps making me laugh how funny it is to think Shaki and Rayleigh were like together. Shanks was found in the chest and then Rayleigh went, Shaki, I gotta raise this baby with Roger. Shaki, we have a kid now. I'm sorry. Someone speculated Crocodile could end up fighting Sakazuki because sand melts at a much higher temperature than magma can achieve. See, what you're doing wrong is you're thinking about how things logically work fighting-wise. Do you think Luffy should have beaten anyone with his fucking rubber power aside from NL if we think about it like that? Bitch, Haki exists now. I don't think that shit's gonna matter. Yeah, we'll find out the Croc Ivor secret. You should tell that random Tumblr user, see, what you're doing wrong is you're using logic to dictate who will fight who. Like real world logic. Like, fire didn't work against Luffy. And when Big Mom asked why, Luffy was like, guts. None of this shit makes sense. Like, Zoro cutting fire? That shit don't make sense. I need to know about Shanks and Mihawk's like whole thing as well. Like, surely Mihawk was having fun with Shanks, and then Shanks fucked it all up. It's always Shanks fucking it all up. I have to believe that's what happened. Shanks unfortunately just fumbles. You stupid rubber. Sanji lighting himself on fire because of love. Actually, you want to know how silly people are? When Jinbe joined the crew and they were like, haha, what's Jinbe gonna think when he sees Sanji cooking seafood? And I was like, first of all, Jinbe's a fucking shark. Second of all, Jinbe's a fishman, not a fish. You racists. Like, what a fishman microaggression. People genuinely think Sanji doesn't like Jinbe. Please save me. What I'm saying is sharks eat fish. That's like being like, you're a human? Oh my god, you're gonna be so shocked when you see where we're cooking cows. Cause you're both meat. You're both mammals. What the fuck are you talking about? Oda likes teaming Sanji and Jinbe up. He quite enjoys doing that. I even had the color spread of when Jinbe was helping him pull the pizza out of the oven. Helping him pull it out of the fridge. I just had a beautiful, sexy image in my head about that. Wow. Sanji, let me help. Do you think if Luffy was starving enough, he'd view Jinbe as secondary emergency food? No. It has been proven to us at the beginning of Elbaf, we don't eat friends. So there you go. It took us 25 years, but Chopper's finally safe. Odadra's food delectably. His burgers? Fuck, man. I want them. Oh, the Shanks. Whatever, man. The Shanks Fumbler, the Shumbler discussion was just whatever the hell happened between Mihawk and Shanks. I'm gonna bet he fumbled. He's already done the biggest fumble of his life with Buggy D Clown, and now he's probably gonna fumble Shanks as well. Oh, he probably did fumble Shanks. I miss when we would see Sanji cook. You're gonna make me so mad. Every single arc, we have seen him cook. What are you talking about? Even in Elbaf. We literally have just watched him cook. You... Zoro doesn't smile anymore. That was a cover art, but I mean in the manga itself. We literally got Zoro and Sanji hunting together, and then Sanji cooking that meat up. With the cook of the giant pirates, mind you. I understand Sanji cooking is your favorite, but he's still cooking! He's still cooking! Oh, I fucked that line up a lot. Was him cooking the soba noodles not Ghibli style? We got like a whole thing of how he made them. I need more. Okay, fine. You got me. Thank you. Love how Oda had to make Luffy immune to poisons because he realized he'd been relying on that as a way around the Gum Gum powers too often. Did he? He did it in Alabasta. The only other time I remember him being poisoned was Wano. Remember. Maybe Punk has. Oh, Impel Down. Correct, correct. God, how could I forget that one? You're right. He did do that. Craig used poisons on the Baratier. Oh yeah! Poison gases. Poison, poison, poison. Hey, Zoro's immune to it now, as well. These two idiots are both immune to it. It always cracks me up at the beginning of Wano, where Luffy was like, oh yeah, Zoro, don't eat the food and don't drink the water, it's all poison. And Zoro was like, that's why I have a tummy ache. He made both of them immune to poison. That's why my stomach hurty. I was about to say, I bet Zoro shit his guts out in water. But I remember that actually happened to Beppo. Yeah, that actually happened to Beppo. I love Beppo so much. Law, is that you? Yeah, Zoro did the... That's how I know he's a goofball. He has like a thinking face. Only idiots do that. Thank you. Tubsy Wubsy. Why is it so bright? I promise you. Hang on, I'm gonna flashbang you guys. The blind is down to there. I do not know how it's this bright. The light of God. Are you ready for this? Fixed. Hang on, give me a second. You already know what it's time for. chocolates. My eyes. I do not know why it's that bright. I truly don't. I don't know what the camera's doing. But I suppose if it focused in on the window, then the rest of the room would look dark. Hey, Bobbers. It does. I opened those blinds. God's taking me. Oh, hi, Bobby. Sorry, I didn't know you were down there. Off she goes. She said, I've got no more business to attend to here. I've heard parallel the Strawhat Pirates with the Roger Pirates. The way people say he does. Sanji would be a navigator. But whatever. Flamingo, in the world of One Piece, you do not willingly adopt. The universe distributes you a child. It is not up to Luffy whether he wants a child or not. The world will decide for him. Adopting a cat. The cat distribution system, but it's for kids. I don't see a kid with the Straw Hats either. And people called me crazy when I said Bonnie's not joining. I've played these games before! Hang on, I got chocolate in my mouth, I'll read that soon. You still believe Bonnie's going with them? Woof. Alright. Luffy's already been collecting surrogate younger siblings like Pokemon since entering the New World. In a way. Not only is Bonnie's placed with her father, she's also got Vegapunk with her. And the Revs. Like, again, the Revs would 100% have both the resources and the people who would want to actually take care of Bonnie. I keep saying, Ivankov, you know, singing Bonnie would just be phenomenal. Because Ivankov would probably break down crying. Bonnie better not die. It's fucking music. It'll do. What about Chim? Someone actually once made an art of Sanji helping Bonnie with her makeup. And Bonnie was like, Sanji, how do you know how to do this? And Sanji thinks back about Kamabaka Island and he goes, well... Speaking of Straw Hat dynamic, one of my favorite current scenes is all the Straw Hats caught by the Holy Knights. And Nami yelling at Jinbe, Jinbe, do something. And Jinbe's like, I'm trying. I'm thinking. I was gonna say, because if Sanji, Zoro, or Luffy were there, Nami would say, you three do something. But because they're not there, Nami's turned to Jinbe, and Jinbe, do something. I love her. I hope she never changes. Another peak Jinbe moment is when he collected Zoro in Egghead, and then he threw him and caught him like a ball. And he picked him up from the scruff as well, like a kitten. I think she does yell at Zoro in the manga. I think she yells at Zoro to do something in the manga too. Loki, I think that was Onigashima, not Egghead. In Egghead, Jinbe learnt what not to do. That's why Jinbe, I believe that's why Jinbe specifically went to get Zoro and Egghead. Because he fucked up in Onigashima. Hear this. We can travel safely. Where did Luffy go? Well, he saw Eustace Kid and his crew run right toward the front door, so they have no idea what Kinemon's plan is. Don't worry, I'll go and bring them back. That's only gonna make things worse. But then Zoro said, Luffy's only going to make things worse. I'll go stop him. He's gonna get lost. And poor Jinbe doesn't know. He doesn't know. This is truly why I believe in Egghead. He was the first person to immediately go get Zoro, because he was like, I have to make up for that blunder. I like how they get mad for Luffy and then they get sad for Zoro. Like they're crying. Sanji did that in Egghead as well, when he was like, when Zoro was like, I'll go get him, and Sanji was like, who's gonna get you? This one. And he cries, who's gonna get you? Funny. Oops. And then, of course, he does it again in Elbaf immediately. When he says, "You're not going anywhere." I literally made the joke on Twitter. Sanji's domesticated Zoro so well. Because when they met again in Sabodi, Sanji was like, "You stay here," and Zoro went, "No!" And he was like growling at him. Now Sanji says, "You stay here," and Zoro says, "Okay. When my bitch tell me to do something, I do it." I think people really undermine how I'm a comedic genius. But what do I know, huh? Gotta fill this up full of water. My Loki. Ugh. Yeah, it came on. Oh, really? I am a comedic genius, I told you. They're scary. Sarah is funnier. Do you know how much that pisses me off? Sarah is arguably funnier. That was comedic genius from Sarah. She demands to know if Buggy's nose honks. And then we get an episode nearly like, what, 2 weeks later of Buggy's nose honking. It's like, fuck. How did she do that? Flamingo, it wasn't a chapter, it was the anime. It's when we find out about the Cross Guild. I'll never forget the page of the Cross Guild, holy fuck. The level of cuntitude was earth-shattering. That was unbelievable. I remember Cross Guild is one of the reasons I like One Piece, because who the fuck could have guessed that? It's not canon to you. It's canon in my heart. When I did the Big Mom ranking, we'd already seen young Big Mom, just letting you know. I think I even mentioned that to Sarah. But I was not ranking her based off her youth. I was ranking her based off her current character, thank you very much. I'll do more videos with Sarah, don't worry. Bye. Why did I not add Whitebeard again? Oops. It's about mentors or something, wasn't it? And I was like, I didn't add Whitebeard for some reason, and I had a reason for it. Because I think it was Straw Hat mentors. Yeah, he wasn't a mentor to a Straw Hat. And I'm right! I'm right! An enabler. No, Whitebeard was definitely a mentor. Not to the Straw Hats, though. Luffy does hold him close to his heart, though. He's dead! Well, he died. Remix, that's so funny. Luffy's love and care extends to his loved ones, except for Buggy. Except for fucking Buggy. He said, Luffy's, I'm not accepting that one, he said. I'll never get over Luffy at the beginning of Elbaf. He mentioned, who mentioned the Roger Pirates? Was it Roto or something? Someone mentioned the Roger Pirates, and Luffy was like, oh yeah, I thought the Roger Pirates were his family, except for Buggy. Bro does not fuck with Buggy. Like, he fucked with him in Impel Down. He does not fuck with Buggy as an extension of Shanks. He refuses to see Buggy like that. Shanks adopted Luffy before he could. Well, remember, Ace asked Luffy, hey, do you want to join the Whitebeard Pirates? And Luffy went, fuck no! Whitebeard would not have been able to adopt Luffy. He doesn't hate Buggy, but he clearly does not want to view Buggy in the same mindset as Shanks. Like, he does not want to believe Buggy is important to Shanks. That's so clear to me. Which is why I'm like, there's gotta be a moment where Shanks and Buggy have like a big moment. And Luffy has to see it. And Luffy goes, what? Like, surely there's gonna be a moment like that where Luffy's like, no fucking way. Like, he just doesn't want to accept it. Luffy's gonna be like, my goat is washed. I literally have the meme. Hang on. I made this. Luffy, your goat is washed. If you couldn't read the manga panels before. Why are they shown like they're Buggy's followers? You know he's an idiot, right? How did that happen? I thought Roger and Rayleigh and those guys were his family. The Roger Pirates, aside from Buggy. Also, Roger Rayleigh mentioned, I love my gay dads. I'll never forget an art of Roger and Rayleigh that was like, why are these guys not more popular? They literally had kids together. Right? That's what I'm fucking saying. Like, bro, Rayleigh liked Shaki, but then he went, we got a baby. I got a baby with Roger, girl. I gotta go. I gotta go. Luffy doesn't hate Buggy. I just think he thinks Buggy's an idiot and annoying. They'd probably laugh. Oh, sure, like, what did he do to you? That would be the funniest reaction, actually. What did Buggy do to you? To be fair, Buggy was like a very temperamental kid. So they probably could guess. I've always thought Oda did a very good job at portraying Shanks as the golden boy, gifted kid syndrome kid, and Buggy as the wanting to be the golden boy and thinking he's not good enough kid, and creating that like dynamic between them where they were kind of always doomed to fail, destined to be doomed. because they always had that tension between each other. It's also come to my realization. As I was like, why are we seeing Shanks's somewhat flashback when it comes to Shamrock, Shanks, Garling, and his like blood family, and then why are we seeing the Roger Pirates? Oh! Because we're seeing, it's a Whole Cake Island situation. We're seeing Shanks's blood family, right? And how he clearly despises them and doesn't accept that. And then we're seeing his real family, which is the Roger Pirates. Bye, Crash. I didn't know you were here. Were you lurking the whole time? However, I believe I picked like crazy that Elbaf would be just as much about the trouble between brothers as anything. Because it's quite clear that Shamrock and Shanks are being presented as more complicated than we first would have thought. In a similar sense to Loki and Hyduden, there's clearly something going on. Chocolate. A parent trap betrayal. Finding his long lost twin other half only to be on opposite sides. There's something there with Shamrock and Loki. Because Loki is perceived as evil, horrible, due to his blood, right? Due to he's an ancient giant, so he must be like, it's blood's part of it, you know. Who he is and where he's from is part of it. Meanwhile, Hyduden came from the good, from Ida, which is why it's like, I do think Shamrock, while Shamrock has probably done horrible things, I do believe Shamrock is going to have a lot more complicated moments. Because it's so interesting that he seemed to have that fondness towards Shanks. We only got one scene, but he's clearly careful with him. When he was like, you know, you gotta rest up. He's gotta care. Why would you say that to someone unless you cared, you know? And it seems like there's a bit of a similarity with how Loki wanted a closeness with Khairuddin, but he didn't know how to go about it. And now Shamrock has been betrayed by Shanks, but I think he wanted that closeness. I don't know, there's just, it truly just doomed brothers, those two. Like, I can't piece it all together now, but there's something about Shamrock specifically talking to Loki that feels like there's something there. I remember how much that stood out to me. Shamrock, when he was younger, did not seem so malicious. Again, I'm sure he did fucked up things. But Shamrock back then, compared to current day Shamrock, there's a clear difference. He's got a anger in his eyes and a coldness, like a real coldness about him. We didn't feel that coldness when he was younger. How old was he? Like 24 or some shit? That coldness was not there. Instead, he had a tenderness, and it was towards Shanks. So he definitely must feel betrayed. Very lonely. I agree. I mean, there's also a bit of a theme within One Piece of child soldiers, especially with Elbaf being, they want children, like they want giant soldiers, and they're taking the children. And Shamrock seems to, like, it's fucked because, again, it's not black and white. Shamrock has definitely done horrible things, but his mother was basically colonized, taken advantage of, her home torn apart, turned into a hunting ground for rich people. His twin brother lost, and then he was alone, probably raised by Garling, right? And that can, truly that must fuck a boy up, you know? I don't know if he knows who his mother is, or where his mother was from, but finding out your mother was from the original hunting competition that your dad so mercilessly just killed, how would you go about that? How would you even feel about that? Like, it seems to me Garling is just, you know, he was raising Shamrock from the get-go to be this soldier, and Shamrock had no choice but to do what he was told, which is probably why he feels such a fondness towards Shanks, because he probably thinks they can feel a familiarity in that. But hey, I'm just spitting, you know? Not spitting in a good way, I'm just talking shit. Who knows, maybe Shamrock will get nothing. Maybe he is just that bad. But his tenderness towards Shanks tells me it's gonna be more than that. Especially when Gabon said to Shanks, Shanks, you're a child of fate. That would also apply to Shamrock. Shanks is a child of fate and he's stuck on a path he doesn't want, but he definitely has more freedom than Shamrock ever got. There's something there about how this class system is just damaging for every single person, everyone. What I do feel is Garling's gonna be like the real monster. He became a saint after all. Did that stick out to anyone else though? I'm sure it did. And did it surprise anyone else the way it surprised me? The way Shamrock talked to Shanks when they were young? Did anyone else raise an eyebrow at that? I keep trying not to call them shamrocks. It just surprised me because I thought Shamrock was going to have like a rivalry with Shanks. I thought Shamrock was going to see Shanks as this lower raised scum who's now somehow gotten into the Holy Lands, and now Shamrock has to compete with him for this Holy Knight spot. But no, it was nothing like that. All I know is if Hyrule and Loki end up rekindling their dynamic and relationship and they end up coming together as brothers who can love each other, I think there's a high chance that might happen to Shanks and Shamrock. Or Shamrock is gonna just betray him the way Shanks betrayed him and stab him in a moment that feels like they're gonna have some clarity. If our love's insanity, why are you my remedy? If our love's something, why are you my clarity? What is it? If our love's a tragedy? I don't remember. Sorry, that was not about Shanks and Shamrock. I just said the word clarity. I gotta listen to clarity. Oh yeah. Hello. We're talking about Shanks and Shamrock. That fear was no fish thing, it was worth it every time. You again. 'Cause you are the piece of me I wish I didn't need. Still fighting, I don't know why. My remedy. Insanity, why are you my clarity? You can't hear it, but the bass drop just happened. If our love's insanity, tragedy, you're my remedy. There are people that are definitely trying to sleep, and I've just blasted clarity in their ears. 'Cause you are the piece of me. We've hit an hour. Jesus. I don't know how long this will be. Insanity, why are you my clarity? That's true, there's been no gag for Imu. And no gag for Garling. Has there been gags for... Oh, there have been gags for Blackbeard. Gags for Blackbeard, further proof that Blackbeard is not the final antagonist. I am so glad people are now understanding and jumping on the Blackbeard's not the final antagonist train with me. Because for the longest time, I was like, I just don't think he will be. But people were like, no, he's gonna be. Now people are understanding me, where I'm coming from, where I'm like, I just don't feel it from him though. How much do I have left audio-wise? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. La la la. Ooh, I'm EP. Well, the thing that made people realize that Blackbeard may not be the final antagonist is seeing what happened to him when he was a child. Seeing that segregate them. The reason I never subscribed to Blackbeard being the final antagonist is because he's not the root of the problem of the world. Imu is. And yes, Blackbeard can be an example of hatred being recycled and reborn as a new power. But if that's gonna happen, it's probably gonna be Imu and Blackbeard. And not just, like, one or the other. Like, because Blackbeard can absorb devil fruits, and Imu clearly has a power, it's quite possible that Imu and Blackbeard could become some, like, amalgamation of, like, a beast, you know? Of an example of what, like, the beast of the ruler of the world, you know? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't believe Blackbeard is the final antagonist because he's not the root cause of the world's problems. He's just emulating what the root cause of the problems do. He's taking his own land. He's owning slaves. He's killing innocents. That's what the Celestials are doing. That's what Imu's doing. He's just copying them. In the same way Hody Jones in Fishman Island was copying them. I do think it's possible that Blackbeard could very well be a final antagonist on Laughtail. I think that's possible. But beyond Laughtail and with the threat of the world, it feels like Imu is the root cause problem there. And what's Garling's goal? Right? Now Garling's part of the game too. Damn. That's the other thing. When I saw the mural and I saw it was very much implied that Imu was in the first world and Imu was the demon in the second world, I was like, it makes the most sense that Imu is the one to be destroyed here. I truly don't know what big of a threat Blackbeard truly is compared to the guy that's been ruling the world for like 800 years. Or like longer than that, probably. Like, Blackbeard is a product of the oppression of the system. He's a product of segregate them, right? He has become an evil because of the evil in the world doing that to him. And he's definitely an example of how evil creates more evil. But does that make him a final antagonist? Or would the thing that is evil be like the thing that originally created that evil be the final antagonist? We'll see. All I know is I'm happy that now people are understanding what I'm saying. And I'm like, I just never saw Blackbeard at this point in time as the final antagonist. Was the mural this year? Wow, this has been an insane year for One Piece. I also believe Blackbeard's going to be an example of if he let go of his hatred or if he got help for that hatred he was feeling. He could have had a more positive life. He could have done something different and changed the world in a different way. Like if he did accept Whitebeard as his dad and he didn't betray Whitebeard in that way, then he'd be someone else right now. Favorite anime aside from One Piece, Devilman Crybaby. Just love Devilman Crybaby. See, I get... Oh! Kids on the Slope. Masterpiece. Kids on the Slope is probably my favorite. Devilman Crybaby is a very close second. Kids on the Slope is just an absolutely phenomenal anime that's incredibly underrated. Kroko's Basketball, but it's not like a masterpiece, but I love it. It's so close to my heart. I talked about Code Geass yesterday. Code Geass is still good. My music. Cyberpunk and Odd Taxi were Patreon commissions. Out of the two of them, I really liked Odd Taxi. I honestly preferred Odd Taxi over Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk Edge Runners was good, but it's harsh. It's rough because I know so many people who are just like super obsessed with it. I'm like, it's good, but it didn't super enthrall me as much as Odd Taxi did. Odd Taxi's really good. Oh, you knew they were commissions, yeah. Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun. Fuck. That's a top favorite. How could I forget that one? Odd Taxi is really good. It's really good. I do like Madoka Magica. I'm now getting the itch to rewatch Kids on the Slope. I haven't seen Sunny Boy. Link Click, not exactly anime, but really good. Durarara, just adore Durarara. Banana Fish, oh fuck. You want to talk about going into depression? Banana Fish is so fucked up, oh my god. Mob Psycho, how could I forget? Mob Psycho is a masterpiece. I just adore Mob Psycho. I haven't actually seen Dungeon Meshi, but I know I'd like it. I do like Haikyuu, but I prefer Kuroko's Basketball over Haikyuu. Oh! I was just I was just looking through my folders and I saw the TV glow. Fuck that movie. Oh my god. You want to talk about being depressed? Do not watch I Saw the TV Glow. That movie is so fucking deeply disturbing. So unbelievably deeply disturbing. In a good way. It's really good, but Jesus. I found out Sarah watched it. And she didn't tell me she watched it because she didn't want to recommend it because she said it disturbed her too much. Oh, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it in my chest. Oh my god, that movie just hurts. I believe it's brutal. It just hurts. It just really hurts. It's disturbing and it's painful. Oh, it's really painful. I saw the TV glows, by the way. It's a transgender allegory or like metaphor, the whole movie. And holy fuck, do they do it really well. Just really, I'm not trans, by the way. So, you know, I'm not speaking as someone who is trans, but I mean, I felt I was put in the shoes, you know? I'm an empath. I felt it and I was like, oh, it just hurt. It just hurt. Oh, now, see, now I'm thinking about it and now my whole body feels dread. It's a good movie, but fuck, it just makes your whole stomach drop. It makes your heart sink and it makes your stomach drop. Jesus. It's an incredibly uneasy movie. I think it's an important movie, but Jesus, they do not hold back. So good yet so emotionally horrible. Yeah, I that's how I'd put it. Baron Omatsuri and the Secret Island, One Piece movie 6 is genuinely a really good movie. It's like a really good movie. Shockingly good. It's such a standout. Of course, there's the addition of it's a really, like, it's insane how One Piece movie 6 skyrockets above the other movies. Like, it is, like, even if you're not a One Piece fan, that movie is a good movie. It's just, like, I don't know what the fuck they were on when they made that, but they said, we're gonna make a One Piece movie that's actually a masterpiece. And I went, damn! However, if you do know One Piece and you do know the characters, it elevates it times 10. Because one of the absolute best scenes is when Usopp, Nami, Zoro, and Sanji do that fight, that, like, game. And Usopp and Nami is like, you know, where were you? What were you doing? And Usopp says, whoa, backstabbing is, like, your specialty. Like, he says something actually nasty to her. And she slaps him, like, for real slaps him. And then you have Zoro and Sanji, and you've got Sanji saying, don't forget what you did to me just then. And Zoro's like, oh, what? And then Sanji grabs him and says, I said don't forget. And Zoro's like, oh. Like, if you know these characters, you know they play fight. But in that moment, it's disturbing because it's like, oh, this isn't a game anymore. And like, one of the best scenes is when Sanji was cooking and he finished cooking and then Zoro was like, oh, it's dinner time. And Sanji said, no, you're not eating anything. You didn't cheer for me. And like, you can see Zoro's like it's disturbing. If you know the crew and you know the crew dynamics, you feel uneasy because you're like, this is not normal. Also, the scene of the Kappa Kid and the Kappa Kid being like, give me your hat. And Usopp was like, I'm not giving you my hat. And then you get like the shining stare from the Kappa Kid and it's like, ah! What is happening? Wait, was it Zoro? Was it Usopp? Was it Nami that Kappa Kid was talking to? Oh, and when they're running for their lives from the discs, and it's, who do we see? It's either Nami or Usopp just get like caught and exploded in them. I think it was Nami, right? It's just so unnerving because everything's really like silent. There's a real lack of music in that movie. And they do a really good job with it. I like how One Piece movie 6 ended with the horrors. Like, Luffy remembers the horrors. And the rest of them don't. And I remember it ended and I went, what in the A24 was that? Like, why does it end with Luffy remembering the horrors? Oh, fuck. And when all the arrows face Luffy, and you get that fantastic scene of the moon behind him, and it's red, and he just gets, like, rained down on by the arrows. Why was that movie really fucking good? I stand by, that movie's a good movie just on its own. It's really good. It is frustrating to see what a director can do with One Piece when they have the vision. Because the movies, I truly believe, should be there to have that fun, right? They should be there to not have to expand on any canon, but to just enjoy character dynamic. I saw what they did with Baron Matsuri, and I'm like, why can they not do that again? I would like them to do that again. Not exactly Baron Matsuri, but just making, like, its own separate masterpiece, you know? I'd fucking kill for a slice of life One Piece movie. I'd kill for that. As in, the ramen commercials that we got of, like, One Piece High School. I would kill for that. I'd kill for a movie of that. It did not make money, and what a shame it is, because people went in and went, this isn't my shonen slop. Yeah! I hate you. I'm glad Film Red made a lot of money, though. I'm really glad about that. They've reportedly scared kids. Yeah, I sure fucking hope so. I genuinely think they're missing out on making money by not making that ramen commercial into its own movie or miniseries. I think, like, Toei, what are you doing? They even made a music video with that same style, and it's beautiful. Take another chunk. Just keep on cutting. I'm gonna put my chockies away. Sorry everyone, I was taking photos of Blueberry. Film Red was not shonen movie slop. And the reason I know that was because the shonen slop fans did not like it. They did not like Uta. By definition, it was not shonen movie slop because Uta was a woman. They don't like her. I understand what you're saying because narratively it functions as shonen movie slop. But the fact that Uta is who she is means it is not shonen movie slop. Like, trust me, you encounter a lot of guys who watched Film Red and didn't like it because they didn't like Uta, and it's like, ugh. What's peak? Film 6. I think the most competent, like, Film 6 is a masterpiece. It's genuinely its own league. Watch Film 6. If you're gonna watch any movie, watch Film 6. Baron Omatsuri and the Secret Island. For the other One Piece films that are competent, Film Gold. Film Gold is like a heist movie. It was really, really good. It was really fun. And Film Red. Those two are the most competent films. See, I know a lot of people like Strong Worlds, but it's like okay, you know what I mean? The way people say Film Z was fucking donkey ass. I watched Film Z expecting it to be great because everyone says they like Film Z. What the fuck? Film Z is shonen slop. That is like the shonen slop of shonen slop. I genuinely don't even remember what happens in that movie aside from Hot Spring. Like they're in the bath. I don't even remember the antagonists of that movie. There was no plot in that movie. I was like, what? Sorry, I didn't mean to jump on your dick like that. But I'm just gagged because so many people say Film Z is so good. And I'm like, what? Strong World top 3? Nah. Top 3 is Baron Omatsuri, Film Gold, and Film Red. Those are the top 3. I don't know. Strong World just wasn't... It was like... I guess it was okay. This is not because I dislike Shiki. I just... Like, I just don't really remember it. If you watch the movie with no thought of it being canon, because they're not supposed to be canon, your top 3 suck. Sorry, I don't mean it. But if you watch the movies with a thought of this is not meant to be canon, this is canon divergence, that's what you're supposed to do, then you're not going to be as bothered about Luffy, Uta, Shanks relationship. None of the movies are considered canon. None of them. There are canon things within the movies, as in Oda has taken things from the movies and then made them canon in the story, such as Shiki. But they are not canon. Uta is a canon character. See, like, the only thing that we see of Uta in the manga is like a silhouette. Personally, I do not think that's enough to say she's a canon character. I think that's enough to say that Oda likes her, but she's not actually like in the story. Do you know what I mean? I do not believe Oda said she was canon. I remember him saying Film Red was canon divergence. That's what I remember. As in, this could be canon in another version of One Piece. I think Oda just likes Uta. But also, she's canon, but Film Red isn't canon, so she doesn't do... Like, do you know what I mean? Like, we don't even see her in the story, so what's the point of her being canon, per se? It's kind of a useless thing to say. Like, do you understand? Movie's not canon, but she's canon. Okay, and she's not in the manga. So, what do we... Like, it's just kind of a nothing, you know? I've always said, unless it's in the manga... I'm saying she might as well not be. Like, she's canon, but the movie's not canon. Okay, she's just not in the manga at all. So, it's like, it's genuinely just saying nothing. Because the movie's not canon. You guys understand what I'm saying when I'm saying this, right? Like, she's canon, but she's not in the manga, so... And her movie's not canon, so it's like, what's the point of saying she's canon? The only reason Oda would say that is because he likes her. Which, fair enough. Yeah, I don't think Oda ever said it. I was gonna say, I was like, the most he said was Film Red's not canon, but it's canon divergence. As in, this could be another universe of One Piece. It's a what if, basically. The only thing she exists as in the manga is a silhouette. And that's an Easter egg, right? Chapter 10:55 silhouette. Oh, there she is. Yeah. And she's hardly there. Yeah, she's not. Nothing's canon. You see? I think it's safe to say Oda just liked her. Oh no, that's true. Oda did say, "Can we put Crocodile and Doffy in there?" I remember reading that note or that interview. He asked if they could put Crocodile or Doffy in there, and they said no. We've already got too much, and Oda went, "Damn." Sat behind on your... Oh. What, you don't like him? Do you want to have a good look? Have your look. Mel loves Sanji more than every animator at Toei combined, that it's warranted. I don't think it's hard to beat loving Sanji against Toei. I still can't believe that. I still can't believe they were onto something with that. Because I truly thought people were exaggerating. And they were just exaggerating about Toei not liking Sanji. And I was like, they're just saying that because their standards not up to like what Toei is doing and blah blah blah. But then the egghead incident happened. And I went, okay, yep, that's kind of hard to ignore. Like, that incident was so crazy, even the Japanese fans were like, the fuck? That was crazy, because I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. Because there's this scene in Wano where Marco says the stars will take the stage in the manga. And Zoro and Sanji together jump forward because they are the stars that will take the stage. In the anime, Marco says the stars or the star will take the stage. And they make it just Zoro that jumps forward. And then they make it Zoro and Sanji after that. I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. And I wanted to be like, okay, I can see why they did that because Zoro hasn't been up in a while, right? It was exciting for Zoro to get up. So they wanted to give this big hurrah of, oh my god, Zoro's finally stood up. He's finally back up. And I was like, okay, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I can see adaptation-wise, why you do that. It's not because they don't want Sanji there. It's because Zoro has just gotten back up. Okay. And then Egghead happened, and I went, never mind, I can't give them the benefit of the doubt, because that, like, guys, it's crazy. I'm sorry, people who deny how crazy that is, it's like, they don't want to admit it. Because I thought they were crazy until that happened. Like, I thought people saying Toei hated Sanji were crazy until that happened. It was just, like, and I hate how people go like, oh, I mean, he got a solo shot afterwards. They all got solo shots afterwards, all of them. They literally, oh yeah, Film Z was horrible. But they literally got all solo shots afterwards, not just Sanji. And people act like, oh, they gave him a solo shot. They fucking all got a solo shot. Oh, but he was moving and they couldn't have him like prance across. It would not have been hard. Like, it's just crazy. He's literally missing. There's a hole for him. It was so bizarre. When I saw those screenshots, I for real thought surely he's there and he's moving and they're exaggerating. I was like, surely he's moving, right? They just got rid of him. I was like, that's actually insane. The most popular character with women in Japan is Lorp. Sanji's up there though. And Sanji's definitely one of the most popular characters with women because a lot of his merchandising is marketed towards women. And they have the USJ Baratier, which is Sanji's restaurant, and that is marketed towards the mamas, the MILFs, and the mamacitas. Oda's wife being a law fangirl is a theory. I did some digging on that. The reason people say that Oda's wife is a lore fan is because when people found her social media and she used to draw, and she would draw lore a lot, but she'd also draw Sanji a lot. That's why people say that. We don't actually know who his wife's favorite character is, but it's safe to say it's either lore or Sanji, I think. It's actually Foxy. I mean, one of my favorite interviews with Oda was he was talking about like his wife, and he said they have a rule in the house: do not talk about One Piece, because she's a fan. She wants to read it, so she like. This is what I mean. He's a wife guy. Like, he's clearly a fucking wife guy, and he likes being bossed around by his wife. She set a rule: do not talk about One Piece to me, and he said, "Yes, ma'am." And the other thing that we've heard is, I don't know how true this is because this is his account, but apparently when people see them on vacation, his wife is really protective. Apparently she's really aggressive. Apparently she tries to like push them away and say, no, don't talk to him. Oda really said when my girl told me to do something, I do it. I don't know how true that one is though, so take that one with a grain of salt. Yes, Mamacita. She probably doesn't know what the One Piece is. If she set that rule, do not talk to me about it, then she probably doesn't know. She wanted, from what I remember of that interview, she wanted to read it herself. She wanted to enjoy the story. Artist currently playing. It's just a YouTube playlist I have on. I'll send it to you. I'm gonna ruffle some feathers when I say in this video, nearly every Straw Hat before the Straw Hats were in some kind of leadership position before meeting Luffy. And I don't mention Zoro. And like, I say why, because he didn't have one. The closest he had was Johnny and Yosaku. problem. I say in this video so many times, I like Zoro, I love Zoro. Because it's just, I have to be so tender with them. Because it's just, you literally state what is happening in the manga. Like, you state the way the Straw Hats say to Zoro, that's a shit idea, what the fuck are you doing? And they go, no, no, and it's like, that happened, that happened! Like, they just have this fantasy that the Straw Hats just listen to him. That he's in charge, when that is the opposite of the fact. Usually when Zoro comes up with an idea, or like does something, the Straw Hats are like, what the fuck are you doing? His best ideas were Skypiea, at the beginning of Skypiea, when he was like, we gotta get off this sacrificial like mound, and Alabaster, when he came up with the X mark. But even the X mark was supposed to be a, whoa, that's rare for Zoro. Because Sanji was like, I can't believe you came up with this. Like, it's not usually Zoro's forte to come up with plans like that. Oh, look at them. Aren't they cute? Only true hierarchy is Luffy as the captain. That's exactly what I've been saying. I don't know, the irony of trying to like number the Straw Hats off as like highest to lowest, and how that's how the Marines work will never fly over me, you know what I mean? Oh, this is the captain, this is the second in command, this is the third in command. They are not the Marines. Like, you're treating them like they're the Marines. Calm the fuck down. I have a better argument, and I say it in the video. If Zoro were the first mate, he'd use that against Sanji in fights. He'd be like, you have to listen to the first mate. And guess what he never does? Like, come on. Hi. Give this man a true. Yeah, he compares himself in bounties. But we've seen the bounties fluctuate, right? Sanji literally had his bounty get higher than Zoro's in Wano, and guess what happened? Sanji was like, haha, I'm second, you're third. Like, the bounties have nothing to do with their authority. It's just a fucking pissing contest they've got going. Like, don't talk like that to number one. He's such a child. But it's the fact that the bounties can change. Like, what I do find curious, and I do not believe the bounties to be anything super important authority-wise, but I do find it curious that Jinbei was put above Sanji. Because I'm like, is that going to turn into something? I just don't know. But the reason the bounties are bullshit is because Robin would have a crazy high bounty. Robin would have an insane fucking bounty if the bounties actually went off of who was the bigger threat. I mean, Sanji even said, Jinbei, what the fuck? I did more than you in Wano. And Jinbei went, like, Jinbei doesn't give a fuck. This pissing contest is only between Zoro and Sanji. Because they don't look at Luffy and go, oh, I'm gonna get you. They don't look at other characters and go, oh, I'm gonna get you. Sanji only did that to Jinbei. Because Jinbei got between him and Zoro. Wait, Trafalgar, that is a really funny bit that he could do. That could be a really good bit. I was of the belief that Zoro and Sanji were going to have the same bounties, just one-off. Like, Sanji will have like a I know they're over 1 billion now, but Sanji will have like Sanji will have like a 1 billion bounty, and then Zoro will be 1 billion and 1. Like, do you know what I mean? I always thought that could be the funniest bit. Oh yeah, also Chopper's bounty is nothing, and we know Chopper is more than that. I truly believe Zoro and Sanji's bounties are either going to end on 1 off or the same. And then they're going to start bickering like fucking crazy. Blueberry! Scratching my damn couch. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake anyone up. You're very annoying. You are very annoying. I'm still Big Pink. Come on, I'm still Big Pink. It's my little guy. My birthday. It's the birthday boy. Blueberry is causing mischief. Oh, 99. What? What? Meow. What? The pink? No, the pink's pretty bright. It do be that bright. What? What? Your breath stinks. I gotta brush your teeth. feel my eyes going, please, please. I'm about to do the Kubrick stare. I remember I went to my optometrist and he was like, what's your job? And I said, I edit. And he said, what do you mean? And I said, like video editing. And he said, so you look at screens for a long time, I'm assuming? And I said, yes. And he audibly sighed. He went, because bad for eyes. Now I interact with them. Look at this. Whoa! I can juggle them. Ready? Get out, get out, get out. Zoro looks like Bart Simpson. Oh, I pissed him off. Look, sorry, Sanji. Oh, he stood up. Oh, now he's happy. Oh, they're gonna kiss. Look at this. Never mind. Never mind, he's just grumpy. Oh look, now Sanji's sad because he's ignoring him. They're shimajis. Now they're gonna kiss. They're being strange today. No kissing today. He's just whispering into his ear. What's he saying to him? Kill the child. Damn, no kissing. Oh, they must be in a rut. Damn! He must have said something nasty to him. Whoa! Yeah, trouble in paradise. A lot going on between them right now. This is invigorating. I've never seen them like this before. Up, up. There you go. They've made up. Alright. They've made up. Up. Well, they're making up again. That was like another Whole Cake Island that we just witnessed. That was Canon. It's very full of drama. This fucking guy, all he does is sit in the corner and mope. He's done that like 5 times. Oh. Cheeky. Damn. They're like rabbits. Oh. Ugh, I wanted to get the audio done today, but I think I just can't. Oh, how many did I think I started with like what, 13 or something today? No, that doesn't make sense. I think I started with like 15 tracks. Well, I've whittled it down to 4. Yeah, I think I'm done for the day. Oh god, I really wanted to get the audio done today, but I can't. I'm starting to lose my concentration. Ugh. Oh. Alright. No more music. Thank you, everyone. Oh. Bobbing, I'm done streaming, Bobbing. I'm done. She heard me put my headphones down. Isn't that funny? I'm done. Come here. Say goodbye to everyone. Bobby. See how she's a pain in the ass when I want to, like, yeah, come on. I'm saying bye. Bye time. All right. Yay. Hi, Bobbing. All right. I'll be back tomorrow to keep editing. Tomorrow also is chapter stream. So we'll see how I go. I'll get up when I get up, and I'll do the chat. I'll do this. See, I'm fading. I'll get up when I get up. I'll edit, and then I'll chapter stream when the chapter stream happens. So yeah. All right, I'm going to my box. Bar. Oh, sorry, Bobby. Oh, where am I? There I am. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. Editing and chapter stream tomorrow. How exciting. More One Piece for me. And I'll see you guys when I see you guys. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.